Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our City Council meeting. Today is Tuesday, September 6, 2022. It's approximately 1 p.m. Before we have our Pledge of Allegiance, I'm going to ask you to please rise for a brief moment of silence as we reflect back on the brave men and women of the United States Armed Forces as they protect our interests around the globe, as well as the courageous men and women of Las Cruces Police Department and the Las Cruces Fire Department as they keep our city safe 24/7, 365. Councilor Graham, if you join me in the pledge, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, so as we always start off with our pets of the week, Jennifer Martinez from our communications office will introduce them.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Jennifer Martinez with the City's Communications Office, and today I am going to introduce you to another two pets of the week. Let's start with our cat of the week. Stripita. This girl is a little shy and hoping that someone is willing to let her out of her shell at her own pace. Once she is comfortable and safe, she'll prove how much love she has to give. If you come down to the shelter and spend a little time with her, she will completely melt your heart and show you what kind of companion she can be. And then we're gonna check out this pretty girl, Rhonda. Rhonda looks a little stocky and tough, but she is a big teddy bear. She has met all kinds of people, even young kiddos, and she just gets along with everyone. Some of the things you'll want to know about Rhonda, though, she's not a big fan of cats, and she does need a little bit of training so she does not pull you on the leash. You can meet either of these two by calling over to the ASCMV. That phone number is 382-0018. There is a weekend event going on that takes place from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. this Saturday, September 10th at Petco. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Jennifer. Okay, next is going to be our jobs of the week. And it looks like Chris Favor from Economic Development will be presenting those.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mayor, Council. I am Chris Favor with Economic Development. And we have 4 jobs for you this week, beginning with the City of Las Cruces Traffic Signal Technician Senior. That job is open till filled and pays $21 an hour. Sunbelt Rentals has a yard associate available, paying $12 to $20 per hour depending on experience, and that position is open until November 17th. First National Bank of Texas has bilingual personal bank tellers in a part-time position that pays $14 to $18 per hour depending on experience, and closes on November 17th. TMC Design has Electrical Engineering 2, and that pays between $30 to $53 an hour, depending on experience, and that closes on November 18th. As always, you can find a full list of jobs, internships, and volunteer opportunities at the city's website, lascruces.org, soon to be lascruces.gov, employnewmexico.com, or governmentjobs.com/career/Las Cruces. And as always, New Mexico Workforce Connections, their phone number is 575-524-6250. Their offices are located at 226 South Alameda. Their website is employnewmexico.com. And moving forward, they will be presenting jobs of the week at the council meeting starting the next meeting. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chris. And it looks like Councilor Beta has a proclamation.
Thank you, Mayor. Do we have Mr. Bill Childress in the audience? Come on down. Thank you. We have our proclamation for Monuments to Main Street Month. Thank you. Whereas public lands ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for our children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. And whereas public lands provide a space for active communities that aid in the preservation of chronic diseases, provide therapeutic recreation services for individuals with disabilities, and also improve the mental and emotional health of all citizens. And whereas public lands are vitally important to establishing and maintaining the quality of life in our communities, ensuring the health of all citizens, and contributing to the economic and environmental well-being of our communities. And whereas local public lands increase a community's economic prosperity through increased tourism and the attraction and retention of businesses. And whereas the City of Las Cruces recognizes the benefits derived from public lands recreation resources. Now, therefore, we, the Mayor and City Council of the City of Las Cruces, New Mexico, do hereby proclaim the month of September 2022 as Monuments to Main Street Month, and urge the citizens of Las Cruces, New Mexico, to join in recognizing the crucial roles public lands play in our city. Signed by Mayor Ken Miyagashima and attested by Christine Rivera, our city clerk.
I really do appreciate this honor and this proclamation. I've been here since 2008 and have had the privilege of managing, along with some really good staff in the Las Cruces district, about 5.4 million public land acres in the southwest part of New Mexico. And while I've been here, we've had the honor and privilege also to manage 2 national monuments: the Prehistoric Trackways National Monument, which is a little over 5,000 acres, and the Proclamation Monument established in 2014 for the Oregon Mountain Desert Peaks National Monument. This community, this council, and this county has always been extremely supportive of the BLM mission and in support of our national monument. And we just really appreciate the city recognizing this month as the monument month of September. Of course, we have Monument to Main Street that's kicked off, and we'll be having events throughout the city, but also on our public lands, along with Public Lands Day, where volunteers can come out and help us do a project or two. Get on our Facebook page if you need any information on that. But it's just, it's been a real honor to have this community support the Bureau like they do, and just appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Childress. We appreciate you as well. Okay, I think that's it for that. So now I'm going to go to the conflict of interest statement. This is where I'll ask if any member of the city council, city manager, or any member of city staff has any known conflict of interest on any item on the agenda.
None.
None, Cantara.
None, Graham.
None, Corin. None, Flores.
Mayor, I need to disclose a conflict of interest.
Yes, Councilor.
I will need to recuse myself from item number 8.3. My PNC appointee is owner of the establishment. That is
I'm sorry,
requested.
can you repeat? I couldn't quite hear you. Which numbers? Is it 8.3?
8.3?
You're wanting to recuse yourself?
Yes.
Okay.
One of the owners of the establishment in question is my appointee for the Planning and Zoning Committee for my district.
Okay, all right. So I think if you recall our new rules, when you abstain, you need, it's in the rules, you need to exit.
I'm well aware. Thank
Probably
you.
just go to your office or something. Okay, or wherever, but, okay, good. Okay, so next we're going to go to public participation. This is where members of the public can speak to council for up to a total of 7 minutes, 3 minutes public participation, 4 minutes if you have items that you want to talk about on the agenda. But keep in mind, you only hit 2 times. So now, if you are here to talk about something that's on the agenda, we ask that you wait until it comes to the agenda and then you speak about it. Typically, public participation is for non-agenda items. Although if you have to leave, please let us know, and then if you want to say your thoughts about a particular item, and then you're welcome to exit. So I usually start on my left, and I usually start on the first row. Oh, let me just also say, I'm sure some of you have emailed council on some of these items, especially the appeal. Keep in mind that Although the city council is the executive branch, we're also the legislative branch, and in this case, we'll be acting in a quasi-judicial manner, so we couldn't communicate with you, or that would be called ex parte communication. So that's why you probably didn't get any, hopefully you didn't get any responses like they're for or against something. So that's the reason why they couldn't answer your concerns. So anyways, get back to public participation. I usually start on my left, and it looks like I'll start with the second row. Is anyone on the second row wishes to speak? Third row, looks like that's the county manager. I see this. Oh, yes, ma'am. In the blue, if you want to come forward, please, just state your name and share with us what you would like to talk about.
Hello, my name is Tracy Serino, and I had emailed you guys this morning or late last night about proposed construction on the corner of Settlers Pass and Rinconada. And I believe it's supposed to be a storage unit facility. And I wanted to know, well, first I wanted to go on record as, I guess, like lodging a complaint against it. I don't know what the process is here. But I think my first concern was, as a resident of that area along Settlers Pass, I don't know if we're supposed to be notified that it's commercially zoned and that a property is going to be built. I've lived there for 6 years, and it was undisturbed until recently, so I didn't even know it was proposed that there would be a storage facility there.
Thank you for those comments, Ms. Serino. A lot of times when the neighborhood is plotted or the approved as far as different zoning, it's been zoned that, and it's a lot of times the developers leave it untouched for years, and then they decide to go ahead and build. As long as they conform to what the original zoning is allowed, then they don't really need to have a public hearing or anything. It's only when they choose to change the zoning, usually either up or down, make it higher density or something, change it around, do they have to have a public hearing. So that's probably why you didn't receive any type of notification. Yeah, unfortunately, when you purchase a piece of property and you see that it's vacant, it's really incumbent upon the homeowner to kind of look and see what exactly are these other areas zoned.
Right. So thank you for that. So I guess my other concern is many years ago, I lived in another state, and I lived in an apartment building that was down the street from a storage facility. And maybe it's just my experience with that storage facility at the time. There had been some teenagers that I guess got into their parents' storage unit and would go in there and drink beer and smoke pot and just kind of be a nuisance to the neighborhood. So I'm probably sure that's not going to play out here, but just in case, I guess my opposition is noise pollution, light pollution at night, and just also the storm water runoff, how this development may affect that as well.
Yeah, please keep in mind that the city is pretty strict on those items that you mentioned.
Okay.
And I know, especially for the stormwater, they require that they have their own ponding before they even give what they call a certificate of, basically okay the building to move forward with a building permit, and then they have so many final inspections. So it's pretty stringent.
Okay.
And you're welcome to see the process, or I know you emailed me. I'll be more than happy to email you back with some information so that you can find out a little bit more about how the process works.
Certainly, that would be great. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so that was the second row. Anyone else on the second row? I know we had a few people come in. Rick, are you good? Just need you to state your name, please.
Hello, my name is Rick Renault. This is kind of impromptu. I want to talk about the guaranteed basic income again. And I just don't
Excuse
think...
me, Rick, did you need to leave? Because that's going to be...
Yeah, yes, I do.
Oh, you do? Okay.
And I thank you for letting me make my comments now. I appreciate that. When the first came up, it's just... I agree with Liz Ortega's remark that she made here a couple of months ago. She's a retired teacher, Las Cruces Public Schools, and she says it's just against everything she has ever taught her students in all her years of teaching, giving people money for nothing. I think you should pull that off the agenda. It's not needed here. It's not in line with the values of our community. This is the John F. Kennedy Democrat town. Ask not what your country can do for you, but ask what you can do for your country. Is guaranteed basic income in line with being a John F. Kennedy Democrat? How many of you all counselors consider yourselves John F. Kennedy Democrats? Or the mayor? I see the mayor. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Okay, so that was the second row. Anyone on the third row? Fourth row? Fifth row? Sixth? Seventh? Eighth? Last? Anyone on my left? Okay, so I'm going to start with my right. Looks like it's all staff. Second row as well, or third row as well. Fourth row? Fifth? Yes, sir. If you want to come forward, just state your name, please.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Pastor Gene Pettit with Upcycle Ministries. I'm also a veteran, and I would like to say thank you for starting off with the Pledge of Allegiance, because we are supposed to be one nation under God. As gatekeepers and people that sit in the city seats of power, position, and authority, either by elected or placed there, you have a daunting task ahead of you to make decisions, not just in this day, but in days to come. Why do I say that's a daunting task? Because you deal with minds, bodies, and souls, and decisions that you guys make. I've looked over some of the agenda, and I've seen agendas that have already come to pass, and things that are happening, and things that are not good in our city, things that we have to deal with in a ministry. And I say that you deal with minds, bodies, and physical things that are going on, because I also have to deal with that. I deal with people's souls. I deal with their physical character. I deal with their minds. That's a daunting task as a pastor. I have to answer to a higher authority. There is no other way out of this. So I would ask that you would take the time to consider what you're doing and the decisions you're going to make today and in the days to come. Some of your predecessors already made decisions. And I say by gatekeepers, you guys sit in this authority. You make decisions that affect this community, good and bad. What you sow in good things, you will reap in good things. What you sow in bad will be reaped in bad things. Crime, addictions, things of the mind, people that are out on the streets, sanctuary city where people can come and just hang out. Those are bad things. Yes, we want people to come. We want them to be productive members of our society. We want things to happen in a good fashion. One of the agendas that's on there is the cannabis. Do you want to put that in your school systems to allow that? Why not just have the lunchroom and the bag of dope and everything else with it? I grew up in the 70s. I can tell you what that's about and what happens to people that. I have brothers that are gone on now. And some of them are not with the Lord, because there is a heaven, there is a hell, there is a place that we're going to go, our souls. Some of my friends that I grew up in high school that hung out, that did this cannabis and things that of drugs and alcohol, they're no longer here because they continued on that destructive path. Please think about what you're about to do. So I want to speak a little bit, while I still have a couple seconds, about morality, because that's what it is. It is based on morality. And where does true morality come from? It comes from the Word of God. So I want to leave you with the couple seconds that I have left on this with one last thing before I get turned off here. And this comes from the book of Deuteronomy. But this is the word of the God that says, "The word is very nigh unto thee, and in thy mouth and in thy heart, that thou mayest do it. See, today I have set before you this day life and death, both good and evil.
Thank you,
And
sir.
in that I command
Sir,
this day the Lord thy God." Think about what you're doing. and walk with the Word of God.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Okay, so that was the fourth row. Anyone else on the fourth row? Fifth row? Sixth row? Seventh row? Eighth? Okay, you're the last row. So, yes, ma'am, if you want to come forward, just state your name, and you've got 3 minutes. You may have come in late. I was going to ask if you wanted to talk about an issue that's on the agenda, if you could wait until that item appears. Unless you have to leave, you're welcome to say your comments.
Good afternoon. I'm Pat Pugh, the owner of Amco Transmissions for 54 years. We have a lawless community anymore. It's not just homeless and it's not just drugs. It's completely lawless. I have in a drawer at the shop a stack this high of do not trespass of people that we have called the police on from West Picacho. This week we had an especially horrifying one because there was a guy out by the back fence masturbating, 10:30, 11 o'clock in the morning. And the guys, my mechanics saw it, and they were too ashamed to come and tell me that that's what was happening. They just said there's a guy doing drugs, so we need some help. So I called the police. Your police are wonderful. They came. They talked to the guy, but they said they couldn't arrest him because they didn't witness this perverted behavior. And the policeman asked me to come to the city commission and ask for perversion cannot prevail in our city. Lawlessness can't. We have a boxing gym right behind us, and MacArthur School is very close. Now, how did we become a town of lawlessness? I've been here since 1950. This is not acceptable. Will you please do something? What has to be changed?
What I would need to do is check with our city attorney to see if there is an actual ordinance pertaining to that. If not, then that's something there that we, the city council, could pass and make that unlawful.
Why is indecent exposure up for question?
I would agree with that, but again, that's something there we would have our legal department look at to see what would give our law enforcement officers the greatest amount of flexibility to do what they need to do. But I agree with you. That's something there that should not be
We
taking
need
place.
help.
Yes, ma'am.
We've had meetings with commissioners in our neighborhood, but it's to naught. The answer is for people to be arrested and serve time and to obey the law. I know indecent exposure is not a questionable thing.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And we will get back with you on that. There was someone else, I think, in the last. Yes, if you please come forward, just state your name.
Good afternoon. I'm Joy Goldbaum, presiding municipal Las Cruces judge, and I am really disturbed and disappointed at how invested the city seems to be in interfering with both the fairness and integrity of the municipal courts. I am asking you to revoke or rescind Resolution 2317, appointing Kerry Ryan as a municipal judge. At the time you made that decision, you cited his good manners. And yes, judges should be polite to the people that come in front of them. However, you were not aware, I do not believe, that in June of this year, our Court of Appeals cited that same person for judicial misconduct so extreme that a conviction was not only thrown out, it was barred from retrial. And I do want to make that court case part of this.
Judge, can you leave that with the clerk, please, the city clerk?
Yes, I have one for everyone.
Well, if you can leave all of them with them, please, I'd appreciate it.
And additionally, Mr. Mayor, you contacted me some months ago to pressure me to hold people who were charged with property crimes on high bonds before their cases were heard. And I pushed back and told you that would contravene the New Mexico Constitution. to which the response of the city was to appoint someone who would set unaffordable bonds on indigent defendants for nonviolent crimes. And I have a citation for that Mr. Ryan did on the 4th day he sat on my court last month. Okay? So that's in addition to not having an active law license. The city has a policy and procedure in place for getting vacancies filled, and I am familiar with it personally because I went through that process 8 years ago by sending in a resume, being interviewed by a panel. The process was transparent, and it took about 3 months. And that is not what happened here. And I think the specific intent was the result that you have warrants to arrest people for property crimes and hold them on bonds when they're homeless. And yes, I will give you copies of this as well. If you want all of this to be made part of the record. Again, I strongly urge this body to rescind that resolution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else on the last row? Okay, anyone that hasn't spoke, that may have come in late, that wanted to speak before we go to our next item on the agenda? Okay, so that ends public participation. I have a closed meeting statement I need to read. Las Cruces City Council met in closed session at 11:30 a.m., August 22nd, 2022. Following members were in attendance: Councilors Flores, Coran, Bencomo, Graham, Abeta, and myself, Ken Miyagishima. Staff present was Eric Enriquez, Assistant City Manager, Barbara De Leon, Chief Administrative Officer, Miguel Dominguez, Chief, Las Cruces Police Department, Jennifer Vega, City Attorney, Ikani Tamopeo, Assistant City Manager, Luis Robles, Outside City Attorney. The meeting adjourned at 12:20 p.m. And for the record, Las Cruces City Council met in closed session and discussed those limited items as stated in the posted notice. The purpose of this closed meeting was to discuss impending litigation regarding Joel A. Melendez versus City of Las Cruces, ETAL CIV-21-000061 RB/CG, which is closed pursuant to NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H, number 7. Okay, with that, now we're going to the agenda. I'll need a motion and a second to accept the agenda as presented.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes?
I'd like to request removal of item 8.4 from the agenda in its entirety.
Remove 8.4 is
And I'll
entirety.
second. Abeta?
Motion by Councilor Graham, second by Councilor Abeta, to remove in its entirety.
I'd like to pull 7.2.
You want to remove 7.2? Okay, so let's go to the first motion to remove from its entirety, 8.4. So it's Councilor Graham motion, second by Councilor Beta.
Mayor, we can do it as acceptance of the agenda if they want to amend to accept the agenda with removal of item 7.2 for discussion and 8.4 in its entirety. Okay. We can do it like that.
Okay, good.
Do I need to say the whole thing?
I will.
I can move to approve the agenda. Okay. Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Well, I think Christine wants us a motion to approve the agenda with item 8.4 being removed in its entirety. That's what I think she's asking.
And for removal of 7.2 for
And
discussion.
7.2, yes.
Okay. So I move to accept the agenda with the 7.2 coming off the consent, moving to discussion, and 8.4 being removed entirely from the agenda.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so motion made by Councilor Coran, second by Councilor Beta.
Okay.
Christine?
This is on the motion to remove item 7.2 for discussion and to remove item 8.4 in its entirety from the agenda as presented. Councilor Abeta.
Yes.
Councilor Graham.
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo.
Yes.
Councilor Cran.
Yes.
Councilor Flores.
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta.
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes. Okay, so we're going to go to 7.2, Council Bill number 23-003, ordinance number 3009. Need a motion and a second.
So moved.
Second by Flores.
Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Gondeta, second by Councilor Flores. And did you want a full presentation for 7.2?
Yes.
Okay. So Elizabeth Teeters will be discussing.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. I am in front of you today to discuss the LITA for the electronic caregiver. So the objective of LITA is assists expanding or relocating businesses that stimulate economic growth, have significant community impact and support, increase wages and provide job creation, and promote significant new private private investment. The use of LITA funds to purchase, lease, construct, improve, or acquire land, buildings, or infrastructure, public work improvements essential to the location or expansion, and then it's on a reimbursement basis. A little bit of background about Electronic Caregiver. It is a privately held digital health technology and services company. They recently acquired the land or the building they are currently leasing, which is 506 South Main Street. Now we know it as the Electronic Caregiver Tower. They have been operating since 2009, and they currently have 274 employees. Electronic Caregiver, the purpose of this project is because they are hiring to fulfill 3 major contracts to provide enrollment and health coaching services to 87,000 patients. They expect to have 770 new employees by 2026, and they are going to be investing over $17 million. For this LITA, the New Mexico Economic Development Department will contribute $1 million. The city will be contributing $235,000, and we will be the fiscal agent for the project. And then they are being asked to have all 770 full-time employees by December 31st, 2026. Some additional incentives information. This has been a really unique project because Electronic Caregiver knew that they were going to grow, but it was going to happen in phases. They weren't ready to purchase the facility or didn't know if they were actually going to. So in phase 1, JTIP was offered along with up to $135,000 in wage plus, and then also the closing grant through Movida offered $100,000. So this project is part of phase 2. So this is the LITA offer. There's probably going to be more JTIP and wage plus on top of it. I added this slide. It's a little different from the ones I normally do because I know the question often comes up if there's going to be opportunity for growth within a business. What you normally don't see is in the LITA application, businesses offer a pay scale for every job, and we normally just do the lower of the beginning wage. But this slide basically just shows that there are minimum and maximum pay for every job, and it does range. Going into a little more detail, so Electronic Caregiver is expected to have 325 jobs in the first 3 years. And again, it's the pay ranges. And here is another breakdown of how it ranges. So a majority of the jobs are at $16 an hour, $20 an hour, and $28 an hour. And then this is the full 5-year breakdown of how many jobs each year that they're planning on hiring, and by the end of 5 years, the average salary is going to be over $53,000 a year. And with that, I stand for questions, and these are your regular council options. Just so you know, we do have a representative from the New Mexico Economic Development Department, as well as Davin's here from Movida, and representatives from Electronic Caregiver.
Okay, thank you, Elizabeth. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Elizabeth, for the presentation. Really exciting, 700 plus jobs in the making. El Paso Electric is a great business. I wanted to ask on that slide 8, the closing grant. Is that closing grant specific to the money from El Paso Electric that then determines, right, for specific things such as this?
Mayor Pro Tem, yes, that is, it's New Mexico Economic Development Grant, and it's administered by Movida.
Yes, okay, okay, that's good to know. And then how are the wages determined, and is that comparable in other cities with similar programming?
I'm going to see if Mark Francis would mind coming up. Mayor, Council, this is Mr. Mark Francis from Electronic Caregiver.
Thanks, Elizabeth.
Welcome,
Hi.
Mark.
Yeah,
Hi.
thank you.
Yeah.
We're thrilled to be here, and thanks for the opportunity to speak before you and this wonderful opportunity for support from the city to help us build a business here in Las Cruces,
Excuse me, sir.
particularly in the
I'm sorry to
downtown
interrupt.
core.
Can you state your name, please?
Sure, Mark Francis with Electronic Caregiver.
Thank you.
Yeah, the question about wages, yeah, so we look to benchmark the wages competitively, both citywide, regional-wise, and then national-wise, because some of the recruitment we'll be doing is national. However, 95% of our workforce is here in Las Cruces, and the goal here is to build our job base and our economic base here locally.
Great, thank you. And what sort of work have you been doing in conjunction with DACC and New Mexico State University in relation to that workforce?
Sure, we're doing quite a lot. So the majority of workers at ECG, I would say, are New Mexico State graduates. We do a lot of work from internships to career pathways that are both with Donna Ana Community College and with New Mexico State. We've actually just launched a telehealth pathways curriculum with NMSU On Demand, which is going to, as we build it out, we'll reach down to high schools and go all the way, ideally, through BCOM, Burrell College of Osteopathic Medicine, and provide training opportunities for telehealth, and then career pathways for telehealth jobs as well, for both our current employees to upskill themselves and move to higher wage jobs, but more importantly, so that as we recruit, we're recruiting from this local community and creating those job opportunities here for local residents.
Thank you for that. I'm glad that you're here. I don't know that many people in the audience in our community really understand how significant you being here is for our community, and after this and reading everything in great detail, I'm really excited about the opportunity, especially that you'll be doing the training and moving it into high schools and middle schools, just really giving our students opportunity. And then the last question I have is, what is your geographical reach in terms of the service area for, the services that you're providing?
Sure. We work and provide services to healthcare organizations and patients across the United States. So although we're Las Cruces based, our reach is nationwide. We have established an ECG Europe, and we do, if we look out 2, 3, 4, 5 years, we'd imagine we're bringing services over to Europe and then also over to Asia as well. But everything's from our base here in Las Cruces, New Mexico.
Thank you. I really appreciate, again, your social conscience. Not too long ago, I had Mr. Munoz call me and ask very specifically about some issues related to domestic violence, and we were able to really work through that. And it was just, for him, some of the first times that he's had to deal with something like that. So I really appreciate all the support that you provided to the people that were experiencing, really hard times. So it makes me feel like not only you're just not an employer, right? It's family. And so thank you so much for being here. I appreciate all that you do.
Oh, it's our pleasure.
Thank you. Those are all my questions, Mayor.
Any other questions from council? Members of the public? I will tell you, congratulations on, I think you were ranked 968 out of the top 5,000 Inc. magazine. I'm looking forward to Electronic Caregiver being Las Cruces' first Fortune 500 company. I think you will on your way. And many times we hear people saying, what are you all doing? What's council doing to help keep our grads here in Las Cruces? And I know that in this small way, we help you, because I know you hire a lot of New Mexico State University, not only engineers, but other that graduate from there, so we appreciate that as well. So thanks for all that you do in our community.
Oh, it's a wonderful community partnership. We're really excited.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay, so there's nothing further. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Ordinance 3009. Councilor Abeyta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Coran?
Yes.
Counselor Flores?
Yes.
Counselor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, 8.1, Resolution 23-026.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Counselor Graham, second by Counselor Bencomo, and Rocio Gamboa will be presenting.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. Rocio Gamboa, Budget Analyst. Today I'm bringing before you a resolution to accept 2 authorized grants and 2 state operating grants. Public Works Department has been awarded a reauthorized grant for improvements to Amador Hotel in the amount of $200,000 from the New Mexico Department of Finance and Administration. Las Cruces International Airport has been awarded a reauthorized grant for airport improvements in the amount of $632,890 from New Mexico Department of Finance and Administration. These 2 reauthorized grants are funding from the 2022 legislative session to reauthorize the 2019 capital outlay appropriation for the downtown parking garage and to the Amador Hotel improvements. The agreement calls for funds to be used to plan, design, construct, furnish, equip, and install improvements included related to infrastructure to Amador Hotel in Las Cruces and Las Cruces International Airport. The funding will revert in 2024. Quality of Life has been awarded a grant from the 2020 State Obligation Bond Election for library services and improvements. Granting agency is the New Mexico Cultural Affairs Department Library Division in the amount of $228,828.09. The funds can be used for equipment, library furniture, fixtures, and supplemental library resource acquisitions, information technology projects, and for the purchase and installation of broadband internet equipment and infrastructure. The reversion date of these funds is June 30th, 2024. Quality of Life Senior Programs has been awarded a grant in the amount of $1,071,301.45 from the Non-Metro Area Agency on Aging, with a cash match of $684,545 for a total amount of $1,755,846.45. The funding will be used to support the following services: food purchases, congregate and home delivered meals, respite care, homemaker services, and grandparents raising children. All funds must be expended by June 30th of 2023. This is it for today. Here are your council options. I will stand for questions along with Amy Johnson Basford from Grants. We also have David Cedillo from Public Works, Andy Hume from Airport, Rebecca Slaughter from Quality of Life available to assist.
Okay, thank you, Rocio. Questions from council? Councilor Flores?
I just want to thank you, Rocio, for your presentation. I want to thank the people who made it possible as well, Andy and David and Amy, and I think I'm leaving one person out. Is that the 3?
Rebecca.
Oh, Rebecca, yes. So thank you all. I know it's hard to draft grants. When we hear that we're receiving money, we think, oh, wonderful. But it takes a lot of work. It's, putting in the right commas and dotting your I's and crossing your T's. So thank you for the good news, Rocio.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you, Mayor.
Members of the public have any questions? Seeing none. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 23-026. Counselor Beta?
Yes.
Counselor Graham?
Yes.
Counselor Bencomo?
Yes.
Counselor Curran?
Yes.
Counselor Flores?
Yes.
Counselor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, next is 8.2, Resolution 23-027.
Move to approve. Graham.
Second, Abita.
Motion made by Counselor Graham and second by Counselor Beta. Okay. Chris Favor will be discussing.
Good afternoon, everyone. Again, Chris Faber with Economic Development. We're going to be going over the recommendations for ARPA funding. I've put together a brief presentation for you since I know some of this information has been presented before, and then stand for questions after. So some real basic background. The city was allocated almost $25 million in ARPA funding through the Treasury. We received the first allotment in May of last year and the second tranche this past May, each one roughly $12 million, excuse me. And 10.4 of that was set aside for community and economic development initiatives. So part of that program, there was 21 applications that were received for a total ask of $26 million. Quick overview of the timeline. In February of this year, the process was tabled by City Council and later canceled by City Manager. In April, a revised eligibility and evaluation process was approved by Council. In May, applications were reviewed by the Eligibility Committee, and in July, they were reviewed by the Scoring Committee. So a brief recap of what the eligible uses were. Programs or services that support small business or nonprofit organizations. Programs or services that speed the recovery of impacted industries such as travel and tourism. Programs or services that help households to address the negative economic impacts of COVID-19. And programs that either facilitate certain health or social services, address housing insecurity, or address the mitigation and impact of COVID-19. So the revised evaluation process. So the evaluation committee was a brand new committee. It was made up of Barbara De Leon, David Cedillo, and Catherine Harrison Rogers. And that committee was selected for specific reasons related to their expertise in project management, finance, design, construction, and planning. They reviewed the original 21 applications, except it was actually 20 because one of them had withdrawn. The Doña Arts Council had withdrawn before we started the process. After the initial review, 10 applicants were deemed eligible. All applicants who were not deemed eligible were given an opportunity to appeal. From those that were given an opportunity to appeal, 6 applicants did. One of those was approved, and 11 applicants were forwarded to the Scoring Committee for review. And on this round of eligibility, it had to be a unanimous recommendation from the committee. Without getting too much into the weeds, some of the reasons for applications not being eligible, they did not respond to the appeal. There was issues regarding the clarification of target populations. Target populations did not qualify under ARPA guidelines, did not clarify how the proposed services would impact an eligible target population, or the proposed project did not meet ARPA guidelines. The Scoring Committee was a group separate from the Eligibility Committee. It consisted of City Manager Ifo Pili, Assistant City Manager Eric Enriquez, Senior Management Analyst Amber Vaughn, Public Works Deputy Director Tony Trevino, Deputy Finance Director Alfredo Pacheco, and Business Development Administrator Irene Pata. A real quick overview of the scoring matrix. Some of the categories were project justification. It met city priorities such as the strategic plan, Elevate Las Cruces, or the 2021 through 2025 consolidated plan. Impact to the community, budget, duplication, feasibility and timeline, organization capacity, and clarity of proposal. So here's the first 6, it's on 2 slides, the first 6 of the applicants that were recommended for funding. So New Mexico Housing and Community Development Corporation, their Peachtree Affordable Housing Project was recommended for $2 million in funding. Community Action Agency of Southern New Mexico's Guaranteed Basic Income Project, recommended for $1.7 million. Boys and Girls Club of Las Cruces for a new facility, $1.3 million. Community Foundation of Southern New Mexico on behalf of Bitwise, $1 million. Crucis Creatives Economic Educational Recovery and Renewal via a Community Makerspace, $1 million. Lift Funds Revitalize Las Cruces Small Businesses, $1 million. Catholic Charities of Southern New Mexico COVID-19 Recovery Fund, $500,000. Jardín de los Niños Flourishing Families Infant Mental Health Program, $350,000. Mesilla Valley Public Housing Authority's Oak Street Apartment Rehabilitation Project, a little over $300,000. Mesilla Valley Community of Hope's Housing Risk Mitigation Fund at $300,000 for a total of just over $9.5 million. There was only one application that was eligible but not recommended for funding, and that was the Crosstown Flats Housing Project. And there were two specific reasons. One, that project still required additional competitive funds, so it wasn't a guarantee that this project would happen even with ARPA funding. And because of that, there was some question about the timeline being able to be completed under the ARPA guidelines. So that was why that one didn't recommend for funding. So what are the next steps? So Grants Department is in the process of working with HR to hire a contract position that'll oversee the contracts for ARPA. So the development of the agreements, the keeping up with the process, negotiating and developing those agreements, and then of course there'll be council action required for each of those given the dollar amount of those agreements. So these are your options. Two things I want to point out. If you want to, amend any of these for modifications to the proposed funding, and then I made a small typo on number 7. On number 7, it was an 8 instead of a 0, should be 000 instead of 800. So at a minimum, we'll have to make a small amendment to adjust that. So, and I will stand for questions.
Regardless of what's happening, it sounds like the amendment has to happen. So I move to amend number 7 to decrease it by $800.
Second.
Okay. You made a motion to amend, so that's by Coran, second by Councilor Beta. Yeah. Christine?
This is on the motion to amend Resolution 23-027 to amend the 7th, that statement to decrease it by $800. Councilor Abeda?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Coran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gonda?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, so we're back on the main motion. Any questions on items? So Chris, do me a favor and tell me again, I can't seem to find it here on a little bit more of a paragraph for the Crucis Creatives. What exactly, Crucis Creative, what exactly do they do? I know it says partial funding for learning loss program.
Right, so I believe that program is to work with school children through the Las Cruces Public Schools for certain creative activities addressing learning loss, which is one of those items that was eligible under ARPA guidelines, yeah.
Okay, and I will say this, although I can't make a motion, but I had discussed this a while back. I'd come back from Mayor's Conference in DC. Mayor Weber was a speaker. Santa Fe was one of the first cities to instigate the guaranteed basic income. But two things. One, that came from a nonprofit, and this, of course, is coming from ARPA. And the thing that I like this, it says right here, the goal of the Santa Fe Mayor's Mayors for Guaranteed Basic Income basically is that they had required to provide a stable income for themselves and families. The funding will be target 100 young parents enrolled in a certificate or degree program, and at that, of course, the Santa Fe Community College. If that's something there the council would want to implement, I said that if we made that with Doña Ana Community College so that the applicants would have to be enrolled, I would be supportive of this. I would think that we're going to vote on these individually. So if that's something there that you would find your way to see, I know I brought this in the past.
I don't think it's, I think it's a package.
Mr. Mayor, so it is one resolution. You can amend if you want to make changes to anything specific, but it would be one vote for the whole.
Yeah, I would like to have it broken into the point point where we can vote individually. I think if that's the case, I'm going to have to vote no on the whole thing, which I don't really want to do, because there are some that I don't want to vote. And but we could, if council sees fit, to at least break it down individually and vote each one, so you could have a record vote as to if you're for or against a particular item. Yes, Councilor Coran.
I actually would like to call the question for the original motion on the floor.
You're not going to allow for public input?
Public input is separate from calling the question, I think.
No, once the question's called and voted on, then it's over.
Is public input excluded from calling the question? Yes.
Once I call the question, then it's done, no discussion.
Okay. So I don't call the question.
Okay. Okay, so yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chris, for the presentation. Lots of great proposals, even those conceptually that were ineligible. There's some great ideas that I think will help, our disabled population, our businesses. I think there just needs to be some work on that. To be able to come back and negotiate some of those. I'm not with ARPA funding, but maybe some other funding. Chris, you have a few of these that are eligible that you are recommending that will be providing assistance not only to residents but businesses. What sort of parameters do you have for folks that are unduplicated clients or duplicated clients, from going from program to program? How are you dealing with that?
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, I think at this point there really hasn't been anything specific for that point. That would be something that we would work out with the applicants during contract negotiation time if there were stipulations that we needed to put on there. But through this point of the process, there hasn't been a real opportunity to address anything like this. This was mostly eligibility and then funding, so that would sort of be a next level component to the process.
So are you all thinking about how you want to distribute the funding in the best way? I mean, I know you're saying this is the amount of money for each, right, for each organization, but are you getting in the weeds very specific about how that's going to happen? And then how are the organizations that will be getting funding, how are they going to communicate with each other? And secondly, or lastly, what is the evaluation that the piece for the city to evaluate, right, the programming that's occurring so that we can answer to the funding? And I know the federal government wants us to do that.
Right. Mayor Pro Tem, I believe Amy with grants is going to address some of that.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Amy Johnson Bassford, Grants Manager for the city. The next step will come under the division of the Grants Administration Office under Finance Department. And what we will do is work with Chris and his team, those that evaluated them, and determine what the deliverables are for each of the organizations, because they each have a different kind of program they're going to be providing, what those deliverables will be, timeframes for those deliverables, as well as evaluation criteria that we will need to have provided to us for our quarterly reporting to the federal government. It's quite extensive when we do subrecipients, the reporting that is required under this particular funding, which is why we're hiring a contract person to help with that. They will be the person who has contact with the agencies all the time on a regular basis. I would imagine monthly, if not more often. As they get started, I would imagine it's much more often to get them up and running, get the contract negotiated, get it back to council, and then get them actually providing the services. And through that startup point, we'll have a lot of conversations. As it moves through the years, because they do have this, once we've made the contract for the whole amount, that is considered obligated, so they have until 2026, December 31st of 2026, to utilize the funds, and so we will be monitoring their spending. It is on a reimbursable basis, so they will have to submit to us their activities in order to be reimbursed for the activities. It's an activity-based contract, so it's not that they have to build anything, or, you know, it's not like a construction project where we have to have the part of the project built. They'll be doing it on whatever we set up in the agreement as their deliverables, and then they can request reimbursement. So we have a lot of things still to work out with each of the agencies, depending on what they proposed and what their goals are. But we will be holding them accountable to the goals and objectives they put into their applications, and developing monitoring based on that.
Amy,
Does that answer?
It does
Okay.
answer. I really appreciate it. I think it's important that we know, obviously, they have deliverables that they've promised in the application or the proposal, if you will, but we also have to overall, so many of those proposals were around reducing poverty, and, you know, increasing workforce and those kinds of things. So while you're here, and I don't know if it's you or Chris or both, specifically speak to me about those entities that we will be funding related to businesses. Can you talk a little bit about those two programs?
So those, I'm not 100%, because I was not involved in the evaluation this time around.
Chris,
I'm not 100% clear on what they propose this time. But again, it will, I would assume that they will have some eligibility criteria for the businesses to meet in order to be a participant in their program. And so those will be considered as part of their agreement, that scope of work on how they will determine which businesses will be benefited by their funding, and then how they will monitor those businesses or provide the services, if it's an education program, if it's a development of capacity, if it's you know, increased employment, how they will how that organization that has received the funding will monitor those businesses that are participants. And I hope that that one goes really well, because those are exciting programs from what I recall from the first round of applications.
Yes, thank you, Amy. Chris, do you want anything to add? I guess really there are some proposals for businesses specifically. Some are the Bitwise and the Lyft Fund, and I'd like for you to talk a little more specifically, because I think people in the audience are really concerned about whether we are using this funding also for businesses, for economic growth, retention, you know, recruitment of workers, and I'd like for you to speak specifically to that.
Sure. Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem. So specifically, the LIFT Fund program would operate similar, a grant program to businesses that were impacted by COVID, similar to what we did with the CARES grant last year. Okay. So again, more details to come as we work through that process, but I think high level with that program is that they would base need or potential grant funding on level of like sales loss during COVID, and there'd be a tiered system for that particular amount of money, and so they'd work through that grant process based on, you know, where you qualified in that process. Obviously, businesses that were shut down full stop would, you know, potentially have lost more money than those places that were allowed to remain open. So that's just real high level on that program, and as we get into the contract negotiations, we can flesh out the details. I believe Bitwise is more specific to job training and that type of thing. I know they're moving full, you know, ahead with the program here in Las Cruces. This would complement them and work towards some of those job training skills and things that help people that maybe lost their job and their job isn't available now post-COVID. So I believe that's how they're moving in that direction with that funding. So again, work out some of those details when we do have a contract in place with them.
So Chris, once you have the contract in place, it'll come back to council for approval, right?
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, yeah, given the dollar amount on these agreements, all of them will have to come back to council for approval, and at that time we can share specific details. Yeah, right now it's very high level program concepts, and then we'll work through.
And when do you expect that to be coming back to council?
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, hopefully soon. I know I spoke with Amy right before I came up here. They're finalizing the process through HR to get that position listed. So as soon as we get it listed, she can start interviews shortly thereafter. I would hope we could have someone on board within the next few months to start this process, because there will be a lot to do to get this program off the ground, from the contract development and negotiations and things of that nature. Yeah.
Thank you, Chris. Thank
Sure.
you, Mayor. Those are all my questions.
Councilor Bacomo?
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Chris. And you may have just answered my question. I can't ask specifics right now about any of the projects.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, you can try, and if I have some information,
Jennifer
I'll share it.
Tell me.
Yeah. I may not know the answer, but I can certainly try.
Okay. The LIFT fund is a really exciting proposal. I just had a couple questions regarding I was still unclear about some of those. They talk about 2 different options. Are you recommending one or the other, or is that not something that's been figured out yet?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, I don't think they've figured out the details yet. We've had some conversations with them because they're one of our partners in working through some of their other programs. So I think they've probably learned some things through some of the other stuff they've done, and they may, during contract negotiations, fine-tune specifically what they'll be using this for, yeah.
Okay, by the time that comes back to us, they will have that formalized. And then the last thing on this particular project for me was that it had a Texas address out of state. That raised a little bit of a red flag for me. Is that something the committee discussed? I'm just curious about that.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, yeah, that's something we'll look into. I know they have local offices here, so I'm not sure what was on the application versus how that'll be finalized. But yeah, we're aware of that, and we'll work through those details.
Okay. I will look forward to. I imagine they'll be here when we've formalized that, and I can ask them more questions directly. And then my other question was more high level. There was 2 proposals that's changed eligibility. There was a FYI proposal that the first round was eligible, and this time it was not, and then Cruces Creatives, I think, the other way around. Can you talk about what went into that, Chris?
Sure. Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, I can't speak to what happened the first time because I wasn't involved in the process. Right. I can only speak to what we did this time. And on the spreadsheet that I have here that I provided you, I sort of outlined the specific reasons as to why the FYI project was not deemed eligible this time. The difference in this process from last time was that there was an appeal process. So after the committee met and made their comments, we did offer the opportunity for them to come back and clarify some of those questions. Those questions specific to that one, let's see here, specific about disproportionately impacted targets, but it didn't seem like that criteria had been clarified in the proposal. So I think part of that was issues related to something that was potentially being proposed but not lining up with what was allowed under ARPA guidelines. And so after the appeal process went through, the committee didn't feel like they had specifically addressed those questions enough to say that it was eligible this time.
Okay, thanks, Chris. I would love to, Mayor, I would love to hear from Viola as well. She also sent us a report. I think that'd be really important. But then just lastly, before I turn the mic over, I just wanted to thank all of the organizations, the original 21, 22, for their patience. I mean, we are about a year later at this point. You know, I ran a nonprofit before. I know how difficult it is to fundraise, and that these proposals take time. They take a lot of time, a lot of energy, and so I just want to thank them for their patience and you know, for their willingness to go through this process with us. And I'm really glad we're here. I'm excited to support incredible organizations doing incredible work for the most excluded in our community. And to me, it's been It's been shameful that we've been sitting on millions of dollars that were allocated by the federal government to specifically support those who were mostly impacted by COVID. And a year later, here we are just now getting ready to distribute these funds. And so I'm very glad that we're here, and I just want to express my gratitude to all of the nonprofits, whether they made it to this final list or not, for all of their work in the community. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Flores?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Chris, for your presentation. It's definitely good news. And but insofar as the question that the mayor has about the guaranteed basic income and the Community Action Agency, did you in any way, or do you know, because you weren't involved in the selection process at all? Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Flores, no, I was not on either of the committees, no.
Okay. But insofar as the GBI, that is going to probably be a one-time allocation of funds for different recipients. We don't know what the details are. And I think the mayor, I don't know if Alan Weber and Mayor Weber in Santa Fe was referring to ARPA funds being used as, to put strings, not strings, but conditions on the use of those funds for each agency. I don't know. I think it's a different program altogether. But these are ARPA funds, and ARPA funds have their own designated rules to follow. So once you start getting the contracts out, and once you start looking at how they're going to implement this, is it outside of the possibility that the possibility of possibilities to require that there be a certain condition attached to the receipt of those funds, such as attending DACC or anything like that? Is that feasible? Or would that be a contractual issue? And because I don't think it should be a conditional issue, in my humble opinion. I mean, I wouldn't say, well, I'm not going to vote for, I'm going to turn everything down because it's not going to be used for that purpose. So do you know anything about that? Or can you or we, the city, as the distributor of ARPA funds, put that kind of condition on the distribution of funds?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Flores, I don't know the answer to that question. That's something we would have to look into. I don't know if that's permittable within ARPA. I don't know if it is or isn't. That's probably something we'd have to get some legal clarification on as we develop the contract with the organization. I just don't have that information right now.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you, Amy, and thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you, Mayor.
Anybody, any other council member? Okay, I think you wanted to hear from Viola, Councilor Bencomo. Is Viola here? She's not here today? Okay, bottom line is she reviewed all the organizations and everyone, it came out good. They were all acceptable. So that in a nutshell is what Viola had to say. So now I'm going to turn to members of the public who wish to speak on this item. You please raise your hand if you're here to speak on behalf. So I've got, just keep it up also so I can see how many people, because that determines how much time. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Anyone over here? 5? Just 5 of you? 6? Okay, so let's just do it 2 minutes here and 2 minutes on the next one. So leave it with you. So I'm going to start with this. Oh, you're in the same row. Okay, third row. Yes, sir. You come forward. Just state your name, please. I need you to come forward and talk on the mic because I can't hear you. I know, I need you to talk on the mic. I'm sorry. I need you to state your name, and I apologize, but you have to do it that way, please.
I apologize for the unrelated question, but you pulled...
Can you state your name?
William Bierman.
Okay.
You pulled 2 items off the agenda, and you only referred to them by number, and you seem to be out of agendas, so I have no way of knowing what those 2 items are and whether I should stay or leave.
Okay, well, the item that we removed off the agenda completely was item 8.4, Council Bill number 23004, which is the noise ordinance. So that's gone.
That's all I need to know.
Okay. All right, so there was a gentleman here. Yes, sir. Come forward, just state your name.
Good afternoon, Brian Kavanaugh, CEO, FYI Plus. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council. I'll keep this brief. At first, our application was deemed eligible and it was recommended for funding. Through the entire first round, the population we proposed to serve brought no concern and no question by the evaluation committee. The current evaluation committee deemed our proposal ineligible for consideration because, and I quote, "The target audiences you identified did not fit that criteria. The criteria referred to were those disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. To be deemed ineligible because the population does not fit the criteria of the very population we otherwise serve day in and day out, pandemic or not, simply doesn't align with all of our public-private collaborative efforts and initiatives we have worked on and engaged in partnership over the years to serve our community through various challenges. I personally do not understand how the determination was made by the evaluation committee. However, I do understand how important it is to distribute the funding before all opportunity is lost, to do so with those recommended for funding. I simply ask the city to do their best to support each and every awarded applicant throughout the entirety of each project, as there is a lot of work for all of us to get to. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Okay, so that was third row. Anyone, I think there was someone else on the fifth row, sixth row. Yes, Sarah.
Thank you. My name is Sarah Smith. Thank you for taking comment on this. There are two projects that were listed in the ARPA funds that I'm concerned about, and I just wanted to bring up the concerns here in front of the council. The first one is the $300,000 to the Mesilla Valley Community of Hope for housing relief mitigation funds. So I read through the whole document. These funds would be covering expenses related to helping landlords stay willing to rent to people with unfavorable qualifications or rental histories, such as homeless people. This includes paying for property damages as well as paying rents itself. I'm concerned that this type of assistance would not actually be helping people in the long run. I've requested more information about what qualifications or limitations would be imposed on people in order to receive this assistance, such as whether there's any verification that the person is not having a drug abuse problem, but I've not been able to get any of that information. We have already seen at the Desert Hope Homeless Project that what was originally intended to help people was actually creating a dangerous situation. For instance, Daryl, who lived at the Desert Hope Project himself, reported he was facing threats of violence and drugs right outside his door there. We also know that the people living nearby were experiencing people breaking into their homes, drugs being sold nearby, dirty needles being left in their yards, prostitution happening right outside their front doors. I've talked to people in the neighborhood recently, and they're still seeing all of those problems there right now. I'm concerned that by paying people's property damages and rent, this project will be enabling people to continue living in ways that harm their own health as well as the health of the community. The other project that I'm concerned about is the Guaranteed Basic Income Project, which is $1.7 million. This project is supposed to provide $500 monthly for 150 families for 18 months. Was that it?
Yeah, that's 2 minutes.
Oh.
You're only allowed 4 total. I presume you're going to talk about the appeal.
Can I do 1 minute here and then just do a 1 minute comment for my other one? Okay, thank you. The families that receive these funds are likely going to become dependent on them. If you're receiving $500 every month for a year and a half, you're going to get used to having that money. This seems like a really slippery slope. I don't know where this is going to leave those families afterwards. We don't have money to continue giving them $500 every month. So it seems that some of these projects have very high intentions, but I'm not sure whether they actually will benefit the community in the long run. I really like the idea of potentially breaking this into separate projects that get voted on individually, because they're very different projects, and it seems to make sense to allow people to assess each one individually instead of voting on this all as one big lump. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Sarah. Okay, anyone, let's see, that was about the 5th or 6th row. Anyone further back? Yes, sir. Come forward. Just need you to state your name. If you could please refrain from, I think you're running for office, because technically we don't allow that at City Hall. Just state your name, please.
Yeah, absolutely, Mayor. Well, my name is Jake Rodriguez. I'm presiding over the Local Politics and Crime Committee via CCIA. And so I was looking over everything, and the main thing I saw is that, yes, we do need a lot of economic relief. I'm a small business owner, and a lot of people have been hit really hard, and this is specifically with the guaranteed basic income. I still haven't seen any accountability whatsoever that the harm of the lockdowns has done to our community and to our state. I mean, you go right next door to Arizona, you go right next door to Texas, South Dakota, Florida, they're all enjoying a surplus of money, okay? And they have a lot less crime, and they attribute a lot of that to not giving into, if not closing at all. South Dakota didn't close one day at all, and they didn't close one business, okay? When we lost somewhere around 30 to 40% of restaurants. So furthermore, getting into the guaranteed basic income, my main issue was that we're doing the same thing and expecting different results. And one of the main things is how we determine who got those funds. It says right away non-citizens are getting the funds. Meanwhile, we have local residents who are willing to work. We have veterans here that need the assistance. Why are we not favoring local residents and citizens before anyone else? This seems like we can open the floodgates for transients, people who aren't going to actually appreciate and utilize the money to boost our economy. So again, I'd like to reiterate what Sarah said, that I think things should be broken down. I think should be voted on separately, because there's still no accountability for the harm that's been done. I don't know whose fault. I don't know if it was the city council as a whole and the mayor, or it was the economic developer, but it's very clear we have direct evidence that the states who locked down the least are enjoying a surplus, more robust economies, better education, because we know now that distance learning is horrendous for children. So the only path to recovery is to accept the mistakes that we've made and implement a plan to fix those mistakes and to make sure it never happens again. I don't see any of that here in all this. This is 800 pages. I read through most of it, and I don't think that we're going to get anywhere positive unless we admit that we've made some mistakes and that we look at what's been successful in our neighbors and states around the country and start to implement that here together as a community. Thank you all for listening.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else? I think there was one more back in to my left. No one else on my left. Okay. How about over here to the right? I thought someone, yes, ma'am. Want to come forward? Just state your name, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, councilors. I'm Dawn Hummer. I'm the CEO with the Community Action Agency of Southern New Mexico. CAA is a 57-year-old nonprofit that provides resources to people facing adversity to help increase their resiliency and overall family well-being. We submitted the Las Cruces Family Prosperity Demonstration Project, or the Guaranteed Basic Income Project, almost a year ago. I wasn't quite sure where I was going to go with these, because I hear a lot of questions from the councilors and from the mayor regarding our project, but I think it's probably more important for me to counter some of the negative things that have been said about cash transfer programs, not only today, but in the future. We've been listening this for a year, and this is the first time I've had an opportunity to speak towards it. First, I want to start with our value system. When people come to us for help, or as some say, with their hand out, we don't push it away. We don't ignore it. We don't judge the hand or tell the hand that it is unworthy. We hold and uplift the hand. We look beyond the hand. We look at the person, to the family, to the situation that led them to need our help. We look at the single unemployed dad whose daughter is 10, who has been diligently looking for work but can't find anything where he lives and cannot move because his support system is in Hatch. The widow with 7 children who works in the fields and recently lost her husband. The 20-year-old single mother with a 5-year-old daughter, 5 years old at 20 years old, who's working up to 70 hours a week and still falls under our income guidelines for this project because her work is seasonal and she doesn't receive overtime. These are the people we serve. In our work...
Excuse me, Don, your 2 minutes are up. Were you wanting to speak on the appeal? If not, you can have the full 4 minutes.
How about I'll do the same thing,
Okay,
and I'll just finish my
Sure.
last 30 seconds
Sure.
to a minute or so. Thank you for that, Mr. Mayor. In our work, we try to reform and change the systems that are serving these families. Our project is a tool in a toolbox that is supported by your local poverty experts. The organizations and its leaders, many who are here today, are saying that low-income households need money. They need money that isn't attached to conditions, money that is controlled by the family and not by the people who have never walked in those families' shoes. The last thing I'm going to mention is that key findings from other similar projects have found little evidence, very little evidence, that cash transfer decreases the motivation to work. Most families keep their jobs and spend the extra money on groceries, utilities, and other basic needs. Those who may work fewer hours use that time to invest in education and job training and caring for their children. Thank you for your time, and I do look forward to continuing this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else on my right? No one? Okay, so, excuse me, just for clarification purposes, if council chooses, but of course you would need to, this question could be split up and voted on individually, but then at the end, voted on with that, how, with those particular amounts as presented. So if there's no motion to split it up, then okay, we'll just call for the question. And let me just, before we do, I just want to tell you that there are a lot, I'm really impressed with a lot that has been presented, and I would love to be able to tell you that I would support 90% of them. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to vote no, because there's one or two that I really I can't support, and that's why I wanted to have it broken up individually to vote per project. So with that, when you hear my no vote, please know that that doesn't mean that I was against all of them. Unfortunately, you won't know which one, but it's just not. I would hope that that we would be allowed to vote on it individually, which is the impression that I was given in the past. But nonetheless, we'll move forward, and with that, I'll call the question. Christine.
Okay, so I'm going down each one, or the main motion.
No, you're calling a yes or no vote.
Okay, so this is on the motion to approve Resolution 23-027 as amended. Councilor Beta.
Yes.
Councilor Graham.
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo.
Yes.
Councilor Cran.
Yes.
Councilor Flores.
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta.
Yes.
Mayor.
No. Okay, thank you. Next, we're going to go to the appeal process. That's item 8.3, Resolution 23-028.
Move to approve.
Second, Bencomo.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Graham, second by Councilor Bencomo. So just a couple ground rules here. This is an appeal. I think there was someone who asked, why did the City Council bring this forward? The City Council did not bring this forward. This was brought forward by the applicant. It was heard at the Planning and Zoning. It was denied, and so they had that process to take it up to City Council. And so that's how it got here. I will tell you that you all have, some of you have 1 minute to speak. Most of you have, if you haven't spoke on the first item, you will have 4 minutes to speak. However, those who are making presentations to council, not the general public, well, this is a, as I mentioned in the beginning, this is a quasi-judicial setting. Therefore, you're going to have to be sworn in under penalty of perjury, the comments that you make, and Christine will do that as the presenters, the ones who actually speak on this particular issue, not members of the public. You can, we hope that you try to be truthful, but you're not held to under that same regard. Okay, so with that, David Ware is going to be kicking this off.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. David Weir, the Community Development Department. And the resolution you have before you is an appeal of a Planning and Zoning Commission decision. Just to give you some background and the current conditions of the property, the site is located at 227 South Main Street. It is currently occupied by a pharmacy. The property is zoned for that type of use. It's in our downtown overlay, the Main Street section. And the property has been there for quite some time. One of the issues that you'll consider today is it is located adjacent to a school facility. They share a property line. And so this is just a zoning map. The triangle in orange is the actual site. And as you can see, this is Main Street. So basically all buildings that are front that are regulated by the zoning district of the downtown Main Street zoning category. An aerial, you can see again the site. You can see that it shares a property line, and the buildings of the New America School and the pharmacy are adjacent to one another. This is an appeal of the Planning and Zoning Commission decision. If you recall, when the cannabis regulations were adopted, there was buffers that were established that there need to be a requirement of 300 feet from schools and also daycares. And this was something that was in the state statute that communities could create buffers, but they could be no larger than 300 feet. So you went to the maximum that was allowed by the state statute. Also, when the local ordinance was adopted, there was requirements for schools, and that was primarily the pre-K through 12, so your traditional elementary and secondary schools, but there were excluded any adult schools, trade schools were exempted. And in this particular case, New America School is qualifying. It meets that definition of a pre-K through 12 schooling facility. The applicant themselves, they currently are a pharmacy, and they also do work with CBD projects. And the request was submitted so that they could go into the recreational business and work with products of THC. Just to go over the criteria for granting a variance, the Planning and Zoning Commission does have the final authority of granting variances to the zoning code, and then any decision that they make can be appealed to City Council. And so that's what took place today and why it's there. There are 3 criteria they use. One is that there's a physical hardship on the property. The second is that there is some type of economic development benefit on a citywide or neighborhood basis. And they can also consider monetary, not in and of itself, but if it's a contributing factor to a hardship on a particular case. The applicants themselves, their justification for granting the variance was that it did have an economic benefit to the community, and that the hardship did have some monetary basis, not only the investment they'd already made into the property, but the potential to, I guess, reduce the ability to expand in that particular site for the community. In their appeal, and I believe that they'll have an opportunity to present, they can go more into their figures, but they showed what they had invested into the site, what the number of people that they have hired, and also what they've already invested into this site and provided in economic development for the community. This is just a site plan that they provided to the city showing how the space would be divided. There is a retail component, there is the traditional pharmacy, there's the manufacturing with the cannabis, and there's also the proposed site for sale of cannabis products. Again, this is just a picture of the existing site. This building is the pharmacy and what Farm True proposes to expand. And this larger building is the New Marcus High School, New Marcus School. And again, just some other photos of the existing site and its conditions. In regards to the appeal today, the city did send out notices to all affected parties per our code. To date, we've received one comment from New America's School that we're concerned about the variance. In regards to the Planning and Zoning Commission, again, notice requirements were met. It was a public hearing conducted per the Planning and Zoning Commission and zoning codes requirements. There was, at that meeting, input in opposition to this variance. Again, some of the topics that they covered was impact to students, impacts to the school operations, and just its general vicinity close to these two businesses. But there was also several people that spoke at the meeting in support of it, talking about everything from the benefits that having this product provides to the community, the number of people that will be hired and the skills they have, and also just the professionalism of the potential use and operation. The planning and zoning, when staff did their review, their initial response was denial, and they based that on a few items. One of those was there was no real physical hardship from the particular site. The other was that the ordinance on cannabis and the buffer is relatively new, and there was a robust discussion when that was chosen, that in this particular case, there's a request to eliminate the entire buffer. Basically, the use would be adjacent to the school. Just to provide some additional information, the way that staff interprets that, the site that's being buffered from, we consider the entire parcel. The use, we consider just the building and the distances that take place. The reason we do that is we know that these operations take place within a building, but the other uses can utilize their entire property for the activities that they have. In our analysis, it was also noted that Elevate Las Cruces does have policies that would support the expanding of a new and developing business, but then there are more detailed policies that talk about compatibility uses and impacts they have to one another. And so, again, this slide just gets into some of the reasoning that staff used in making that recommendation. The Planning and Zoning Commission, after hearing staff presentation, hearing the applicant's presentation, and public comment, recommended denial, and they based their decision on the staff report and the findings that were provided with it. And so basically those previous slides, that information is what they used to make their decision. As you can see, it was a unanimous vote. With that, I'll stand for questions, and when you get to your options, we have those listed out for you.
Thank you, David. So was there going to be members of either the applicant going to speak, or did they bring someone that they wanted to speak on their behalf?
Yes, and they have provided a PowerPoint, which I believe they would like to present.
Okay. So right now, this is your questions that we have for David, if anyone has questions for David. So just to sum it up, what you're saying is the request is to basically, in essence, eliminate the 300-foot buffer, because, I mean, they share a wall, so it's literally there.
Mayor and City Council, correct. Basically, the way that we interpret that buffer and how we measure it, due to the fact that they share a property line and both of their buildings abut each other, it would eliminate all distancing from that use and the adjacent properties use.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and hear from the applicant or their representative. And so we need them to come forward, and Christine will read the oath, I guess.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Mayor. Can I ask one quick question
David?
before we move on? Yourself and David, just to clarify, this is only for this case. We are not, when you say removing the buffer, this is not a policy change, this is not an ordinance change, this is this case only.
Yes, this is this case only, but keep in mind we do it this time, we set a precedent.
Understood. Thank you.
Mayor, I was going to agree with you, but I don't know if you establish precedent because each variance has its own unique conditions and its unique properties, so you need to consider those on those site-specific facts. Thank you. Okay.
Hi. My name is Trey Howard.
Okay. So Christine.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under penalty of law?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to start out by thanking all the council members for this time and the ability to present for y'all today. I'd like to take, sorry about this, but approximately 10 minutes to go through our PowerPoint presentation for you guys. So you can see here a little bit of background about the variance. Mesilla Valley Pharmacy and Farm True are two separate companies here in Las Cruces that are owned and operated by the same diverse group of core partners. The remodel at Mesilla Valley Pharmacy and Farm True began in the year 2020 at 227 South Main Street and was completed in August 2021, bringing the total remodel cost of the two businesses in the building to nearly $500,000. It's very important to me that you guys know we love being part of downtown. Like, we love being part of the downtown community. It's been amazing, but we didn't choose to be next to a school. We actually were granted opportunity to take over and remodel this building. And honestly, before that, we were just 3 local pharmacists working for corporations with a dream of independent pharmacy. And if it were not for this building being granted to us under the situations we were in, we would not be able to provide the care that we do to the community right now. The building made a large difference for our business. The brand new 800 square foot hemp manufacturing lab currently supports the production of pharmacist formulated CBD and hemp products that are distributed to multiple health facilities throughout New Mexico, like veterinarians, chiropractors, other pharmacies are selling these products. They're awesome. Mesilla Valley Pharmacy has 3 pharmacists on staff, and we dispense over 6,000 prescriptions monthly, including over 200 controlled substances that are regulated by the DEA. We've been retailing our pharmacist formulated products since 2019 downtown. It all started in the back of a truck with a tent, and now we have our location at 227. We all know, regardless of how you feel of cannabis, it's been a great economic driver that's been endorsed by the Downtown Las Cruces Partnership in their mission to revitalize the downtown area. Our pharmacists and founders are among some of the top cannabis pharmacists in the country. Dr. Joaquin Acosta sits on the board of directors for the International Society of Cannabis Pharmacists. Not only that, but he is one of 2 first-generation Latino business owners in this business. Jeffrey Stewart has developed the very first cannabis crash course for pharmacists and pharmacy technicians, which is a certified continuing education registered here in the U.S. to help educate other healthcare providers. And then me, myself, actually during my time at the UNM College of Pharmacy, I was a member and a presenter for Generation RX, which is an outreach program, a drug awareness program, that helps educate high school students on the dangers of drug abuse and misuse in the community. And personally, I would love to work with New America School on any educational benefits they see for their students when it comes to cannabis or prescription drugs. Let's move on. These are just some nice pictures, but it shows a little bit about our lab that we have already operating. Some key points here about the variance. Healthcare professionals leading the community in this adjustment to legalized cannabis is critical to be safe. FarmTrue has invested so much time and effort into our current location at 227 that with our current pharmacy and our hemp manufacturing operations, allowing the company a variance would immediately springboard the downtown economy with the infrastructure that we've already worked so hard to establish. FarmTrue is on the brink of delivering truly innovative pharmacy services in downtown Las Cruces, and with the variance, we could become the first pharmacist-formulated cannabis company in the country with a mission to provide more progressive and inclusive pharmacy experiences. This is just the proposed site layout. The main thing to take away here, you can see that the area proposed for the dispensary is located as far as we could possibly put it from the school, down there in the corner. This is just an aerial view that shows you where the front entrance of the school is and where the drop-off location is, and it also shows you that though the Planning and Zoning Committee tried to call it a 0% buffer, I think we all know that's impossible. We're not opening a dispensary at the New America School. In fact, from the front door of the New America School to the front door of our proposed dispensary, it is approximately 240, 250 feet, depending how you walk. And that's been measured multiple times. This is just another slide, a different aerial angle. And even just now, there's been talk about us sharing a wall. I don't know really, I guess, what that means, but we do not share a wall. There are two walls. And yes, they are butted up against each other. I understand. But you definitely have to crack through two walls to get into that, baby. And there's another one because third time's the charm. This shows you when you walk inside the front end area of our pharmacy, and we just wanted to mark in the back, or for y'all, the top right corner, you can see that the area proposed for the dispensary it's very inconspicuously tucked away in the back. We are not out here trying to flaunt it or anything. We are trying to use this as natural medicine for our patients and provide more options to them at the current pharmacy. So we've got it way back there in the back corner. Not just that, but as you enter, you would have to walk down this hall where at the end of it, we would have our proposed ID and age verification station so that anyone entering would have to be checked before they can even enter the dispensary or view any cannabis products. I know you guys are all too familiar with the codes, but I just wanted to read some of the language here, that the cannabis establishment shall comply with all state New Mexico regulatory and licensing requirements. The cannabis retailer shall be located 300 feet from a school or daycare, with the exception of commercial schools, schools of higher learning, and those serving 18 years of age or older. And a little bit about New America School, which is a non-traditional charter school located in the commercial district of downtown that does serve students that are 18 years of age or older. In fact, based on some of the statements made by Superintendent Porter to the Sun News recently, we can postulate that approximately half, or nearly half of those students are adults above the age of 18 or older. Not just that, but also at the recent Planning and Zoning Committee we attended, Ms. Katnack, one of the teachers from New America School, stated that she herself has multiple students 23 years of age in her classes. Once again, just to reiterate, the front door at the school to the front door of our dispensary would be approximately 250 feet, not a 0-foot buffer. The liquor license is within walking distance too. They just threw that in there. So some key safety priorities that we have, obviously assure that only adults 21 and older can enter this dispensary. And not just that you can walk in and then you get checked, we actually have a verification station outside within the pharmacy building to make sure that only the right people are getting exposed to this stuff once they enter our FarmTrue dispensary. The residents may not carry cannabis products in the retail area or exit with the cannabis products and remain in the pharmacy. It must be your final stop before you leave the facility. And of course, any manufacturing or compounding areas are limited to staff only. So the other thing is we have 20 cameras throughout our facility covering the parking lot area that are under 24/7 monitoring and alarm. And one of the concerns that the school brought up at the Planning and Zoning Committee was that there might be nefarious activity in the parking lot related to the cannabis and their students. And, we did take that to heart. We've actually recently installed additional cameras outside so that we have a full view of all the areas surrounding Farm True and Mesilla Valley Pharmacy outside. All the facility windows are barred. We have rolling down locking gates that separate pharmacy proper, front end, and the dispensary. And honestly, as a state and federally licensed pharmacy, we can assure safe and effective use of this controlled substance. So, after we noticed that this was becoming quite a talking point within the community, and we saw that there were mixed emotions about it, we decided to put out a public survey, just asking people questions about how they feel about the dispensary at this location specifically, and healthcare professionals dispensing medical cannabis. So of the 154 collected responses, I'll just run through these real quick. You can see that 92 stated cannabis should be best described as a medicine, not as a drug. 91% stated that they are in support of recreational cannabis, and 100% of the 154 surveys stated they support medical cannabis use. 100% said that they were in support of cannabis being sold by Mesilla Valley Pharmacy or Farm True at that location. And 100% stated that they were in support of it being sold on the premises, even though it is located next to the New America School. 46% of the recipients we got said that they were not in favor of a different dispensary next to a school that is not run by pharmacists or healthcare professionals. 58% stated that they were not aware there is already another dispensary that has been approved within the 300-foot buffer of this school and was granted variance. 86% of them stated that they were aware there is a restaurant selling alcohol and beer within the radius of the school. And I just thought it was interesting that about half of these people do not use cannabis recreationally or medicinally. Some of our economic contributions to the downtown area so far, you can see we've created 6 full-time jobs, 1 part-time employee. We use 5 local Las Cruces contractors. Not only that, but as I mentioned earlier, we have developed one of the first cannabis-related CEs and presented it to over 500 healthcare professionals, including the New Mexico Pharmacists Association. To this day, it's growing every single day, but we've had over 12,000 encounters with patients and customers downtown at Mesilla Valley Pharmacy. The potential for spurring economic development, I hope is obvious. The cannabis industry is booming here, and these are just some of the jobs based on other participants in the industry that we can see us creating for downtown. Not to mention, of course, all the sales and use tax that would go in if we were able to participate in the program. So with that, I will say thank you guys so much for the time. If you have any questions, I will do my best to answer them. Thank you guys so much.
Okay, I think we have a couple questions. Councilor Bencomo.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you so much for being here and for your presentation. Your pharmacy has become very popular in the short time that you've been open, and I think that's a testament to your work and your credibility in the community. You mentioned early on around the 200 controlled substances that you have, and I know I got some emails from folks, right? You provide and have controlled substances such as fentanyl, Xanax, oxycodone, amphetamines, et cetera, as any pharmacy does generally.
As any pharmacy, yeah.
What kind of safety precautions and measurements do you already take, given that you have and sell these kinds of medicines in your business already?
Thank you for the question, ma'am. So basically, we are certified and licensed by the Drug Enforcement Agency of the United States. We have to meet strict requirements on how those drugs are locked up and secured within our facility. So right now, for example, they are all located in a special safe to control all of the controlled substances. This is within the pharmacy proper, which is layered back within that building through multiple walls. And not only that, but we do have the rolling down locking gates for whenever the pharmacy is closed or not in operation that would protect from any breaking in. Not only that, but we do have motion sensors, cameras mounted on every aisle of the pharmacy, and a 24/7 alarm and monitoring service in place that ties directly to local law enforcement.
Wow, thank you. How long have you been open?
Actually, our one-year anniversary was August 30th of this year that the pharmacy has been up and running.
Congratulations. I'm curious, in the 1 year, did you hear from the school or any other folks around their concerns of you selling such controlled substances right next to the school?
No, not at all. No one seemed concerned about controlled substances until it dealt with cannabis.
Okay. Thank you. I look forward to, oh, actually, no, it's so funny when we're talking about your Generation RX.
Yes, ma'am.
I would love to see a partnership with whether it's the city or whoever, particularly the school, on ways that you can provide that kind of information for area schools, perhaps community schools. I think that'd be an excellent partnership.
Well, you guys can tell I'm a little rusty, so I need to get back out there. If we could make that happen, it'd be great.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Anyone else? Okay, is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this issue? Just raise your hand. So let's see how many I've got. I've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. Okay, so for those of you who wish to speak up to 4 minutes, you may do so. I think a couple of you have 1 minute each. So if you want to start making your way down, just come to the podium, state your name, and share with us if you're for or against, get an idea of what it is you're talking about. So I usually start on the closer rows. So if you guys want to just, looks like kind of come as you will then.
Let me just, and I believe this is yours.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and ladies of the council. I'm Margarita Porter. Do I need to be sworn in?
No, you don't.
Okay. I'm Margarita Porter, and I'm the superintendent of New America School here in Las Cruces. I do have a short presentation just with information about our school and about where we are in the process asking you to please uphold the ruling of your Planning and Zoning Commission and the recommendation of your staff. So our request, again, is to maintain the 300-foot distance variance because we do have a school and a daycare, 0 feet between the pharmacy and New America School. Okay. Currently, we have 175 students, and this was as of August 29th. We are a free public school that is funded by the Public Ed Department. We opened in 2012, and in 2021, we opened the New Beginnings Child Care Center, which is licensed by ECECD. We can serve up to 12 children under the age of 24 months. And I do want to clarify his presentation because he does have some misinformation. New America has currently 2 programs. Students between the ages of 14 and 18 attend between 8:45 and 4:30. Students over 18 that are non-traditional, that means they've had a break in their high school education, they attend from 5:30 to 7:15. Our daytime students, once again, we have 117 students 18 and under. Our evening program has 58 students over 18. So that is one clarification that needs to be made. In 2017, the law was changed to where New America School could no longer serve students over 21. So prior to 2027, we did have a thriving adult population, but since then, we don't have any. I think if we have 1 or 2 students, they're either 23 or 24. So it's very, very minimal, 1 or 2 students. The New Beginnings Child Care Center is once again authorized, and right now we currently have 5 infants that we are serving, but we can serve up to 12. This is the view from our school toward the pharmacy, and it was already shown. So there are 4 windows that are currently classrooms that students can just look out and see toward the pharmacy. We're concerned that students will be distracted, that they will just be watching, they will be seeing who goes in and out, the parking lot, and so forth. So we're concerned about that. And so we just want to know that our students are safe. This is our childcare playground, and that wall that you see there, that is what we share with the pharmacy. These are the views from the two first floor classrooms, and so you can see that it's where they had shown previous pictures that the pharmacy entrance, you can see who can go in and out of there. And so we're just concerned that that our students will be distracted once again, and they can see who goes in and who exits the pharmacy. And that's from the upstairs. That's the upstairs view. Other things that I would like to mention is that we were established when my brother's place was already there, and they were already serving liquor. The governing board voted to open at this location because it allowed students to use the bus route to attend New America School. It was centralized, and it had more accessibility for our community. We do serve an at-risk or at-promise population. We are at 100% free and reduced to lunch. So we do have students who need our services and need free breakfast and free lunch. The requirement is a 300-foot distance. In February, we were here also asking for the variance to be maintained when there was another THC cannabis dispensary being proposed at Casa de Alabanza. So we were here also requesting that variance be maintained, but it was approved. So once again, we're trying to maintain that safety of our school community. We're not opposed to Mesilla Valley Pharmacy. We're actually very glad that they're there. That's a great asset to our community. Dr. Acosta and I have a great relationship. They actually presented to our school board before they started their business, and they requested our support. When we took it to the board for a vote, the board voted not to support the THC and cannabis sales. So the pharmacy did have a choice. They did know that we were opposed to the business. Not the pharmacy, but Farm True is what we were opposed to. And so they did know that. And once again, other things that we're worried about, just traffic, just more vagrants, just in and out of that community. Just this afternoon, we had a vagrant in our property, and they were, causing trouble for our students while they were at lunch. And so just bringing more community people into our little campus, it's just worrisome for us. It's just adding more worry for our community. And I don't want families to be distracted or worried about or not choosing New America School because they are located next to a cannabis dispensary. We lost a lot of students due to the pandemic, and I don't want this to be one more issue that parents choose not to go to New America School. We have always been committed to maintaining the highest education environment for all of our students, especially because they are at risk. So once again, I am asking Mr. Mayor and the City Council women to please consider upholding the recommendation by your staff. Thank you so much.
Ms. Porter,
Yes.
before you leave,
Yes.
I didn't realize you had a presentation. So I asked Ivo to remove the timer, but I would also ask if Christine would, past tense, put you under oath.
No, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under penalty of law?
Yes, I do.
Well, what you gave.
Yeah, what I
basically.
gave,
Okay.
yes.
So now, are you open for questions from council?
Absolutely.
Is there any questions the council may have? Councilor McCollum?
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here for your presentation. I guess similar line of questioning for you in terms of the controlled substances at the pharmacy. How are you differentiating THC and those highly controlled substances that pose a larger threat to the health of children, through their parents' medicine cabinet and such? I'm curious about how you're...
So if I may, so last year, vaping has become an issue. And so we probably had 6 false alarms because students are bringing vapes with THC and nicotine onto our campus. And so we are struggling to keep those products off of our campus. We haven't seen other controlled substances on our campus. THC and nicotine, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about THC. So vapes and cannabis, the students are bringing it onto our campus. They're smoking it before they come onto our campus. So that's more easily accessed versus the controlled substance. It's recreational now, and so we're just worried. We had a 15-year-old just last week. It's like, you cannot smoke this on campus. Well, my mom bought it for me, right? So it's more easily accessed by parents, and they're sharing it with their children. And so we just want to add one more layer of protection and safety for our students.
Were you having some of these issues before April 1st this year?
So we have. Okay. So right now, I think we're at a 10% suspension rate right now in these 4 weeks that we've been in school and it's all because they're under the influence.
What kind of substance use education do you provide at New America?
So this week we are going to have the effects of vaping and the effects of THC. I know that they mentioned that partnering with us. They have never reached out to us. I reached out to them last presentation because they had mentioned that someone from New America School was harassing them, and I went specifically to Dr. Acosta, and I said, please tell me who's been doing that, and it was not true. He said it wasn't true what was presented, because once again, if that was happening, I was going to talk to the person and see what's happening, because that is not what we represent at New America School. I've never heard from them, but so this week, actually, on Friday, we are going to spend an entire morning just learning about the effects of THC and vaping, suicide prevention. And so a lot of social emotional learning is going to happen this Friday.
What kind of mental health support do you have for students?
Yeah, so we have a social worker that we contract with. She is on our campus 30 hours a week. And so she's there, and we have collaborations with LITA project. We have collaborations with several other agencies that come and support our students and teach the staff how to learn, how to intervene if a student is having a hard day or an issue.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next speaker. Just need you to state your name, please.
I'm Danny Hartman. Mr. Mayor, thank you. I'd like to thank each and every one of you for your position. I know it's tough. Wish you had a button that you could just push and make everything good and go away, and these decisions are hard. But I'm here on the medical side of it. I'm one of the riffraff that'll be purchasing there if it goes through. I've lived here a couple of years now. I have health issues. I've lived with a history of epilepsy. I've had neck surgery, replaced 3 discs in my neck. I need some more work done. I need work done on my back. I've had a knee replaced. I'm worn out. I'm 63 years old. 2 years ago, I would have been up here talking against this. But here we are, and it's a different time. We're in different times. We got to think outside the box here. I don't like to take a pill. I hurt all the time. All right, I put in for a medical card. They sent me a medical card. Okay, now what I do? I had no idea. I haven't been around this stuff. I'm not educated on this. So one day I was having a prescription filled with them. I heard them talking about it. I said, hey, tell me a little bit about this. Educate me on this. Tell me what I need to do. Well, he sat down with me and he counseled me, and I told him my problems. He said, well, that he had studied up on it. This is what you need. This is what you need to try. We can eliminate the pain, and I had read up on it, but I didn't know what to go ask for. I had been into a different shop. They want to sell me something. Well, I can't just take any kind of medicine. With my history, you know, those seizures, you got to be careful on what medications you take. So by educating me and helping me with that, I have now got relief from pain that I've had for 50 years. 50 years. I want each one of you to think about a muscle cramp in your leg and how bad that feels. And you're sat there and how long it takes to get out. I get those in my neck. I have to get my wife over there, and I was having to get her to massage it. We put hot, we have a cold roller we put on my neck to get relief on that. When they explained how this worked for me and educated me on this problem, I was able to get a gel. I put it on that spot, and it instantly goes away. Well, tell me that we don't need to be educated on this. We're old school. You know, we're old. I'd be the first one to say I don't want this around a school. But let's work together. Let's think outside the box. They're talking about education here. That's an excellent idea. Let's be the first ones to start an education program. Let's just not take it to this school. Let's take it to every school in the city. Let's have the state calling us saying, what can we do? What are y'all doing here? You know, if they want to get something, these students, they can go down here on the corner and get about anything you want to get, and it's uncontrolled. You don't know what you're taking down here. If with what's coming across now, different colors, different stuff, nowadays if a child wants to try something, one time can kill that kid. Let's get somebody with the expertise, the knowledge that can help. Let's go talk to these kids. Send somebody who knows what they're doing over to educate these kids. Let's tell the parents, hey, you find drugs in your kid's house, bring them to us. We'll identify them. We'll help you with that situation. Most kids are not going to, you know, as a parent, well, my kids don't do that. My kid, you heard that. The pastor earlier, he was something. I grew up in the 70s. I'm still here. You know why? Because I said no. I don't want to use it. I don't want to try it. But let's think outside the box, and let's look at this and educate these kids and these parents. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hartman. Just need you to state your name, please.
Yes, thank you. It's Ruth Clark. We have spent millions of dollars in the downtown mall. We wanted it to make it the center of Las Cruces. We wanted to make it family-oriented, and we've done that. It's already been approved that cannabis, and I'm sorry, I call it marijuana. I'm a hippie from the 60s, and it's at the end of the block, that same block. And I know because I own businesses and properties in the downtown mall. It hasn't opened yet. We don't even know the repercussions of what we have done by approving that. All I can tell you is this. The marijuana today is not the marijuana of yesteryear. It's very strong, it's very different, and I know that. One of the biggest concerns I have is you have no meters, parking meters in the downtown mall. You have no parking garage in the downtown mall. It was proposed years ago to go in that state parking lot that the School of the Americas is on, that parking lot right there, across from the federal building. That never took place. So let me tell you what the possibility is. People can go and buy marijuana or cannabis, and if you think they're going to buy it and go home and smoke it at home, that's not going to be very realistic. Some people are not going to go home. They're going to go and they're going to smoke it in their cars, in their parking lots, or around the corner, or wherever. And what's going to happen? They're going to pass out, possibly pass out, sleep in their cars, go and do their business, and they're going to go to somewhere private to do it. It could happen anytime. And it's my understanding, and I could be wrong, that these distributing centers can be open 24/7. There's no time allowance. I've been in the downtown mall all hours of the night, and it's safe now. I won't feel safe going down there. All I can tell you is this. there were students from the school smoking marijuana or cannabis on my property. I didn't report it to the school, and I let it go and thinking, oh, well, it's going to be okay. But it wasn't okay. There was a church, Calvary Church, that reported them, and it stopped. So the pharmacy chose that building. They chose that building at that location. They did. It's everybody's choice when they buy properties or where they're located, etc. You can't tell me at my age that these young kids aren't going to get adults to go in there and buy marijuana for them. They do that with alcohol. And don't tell me that if they're ripped, we're going to have a problem later on, who knows, hopefully not, that they're going to drive. And if they drive, heaven help us then. So please don't approve this. You've already approved one or the other one. And that other one is right across from the big event center where you have all kinds of events. So I think 2 in the same block is a little too much. And I support you. Please do not approve this. We have no idea what's going to happen in the future down there in the mall. And I have the power to move and leave Las Cruces. I've been here for over 40-some-odd years. But some people can't. They don't have the money to do so. But I'll tell you, it's going to we don't know what we're going to encounter.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Ms. Clerk. These 2 ladies here.
Mayor, can I ask a really quick follow-up question? Excuse me.
You want to ask a question of Ms. Clark?
No, about something that she mentioned related to the downtown, the other approval for the dispensary.
Okay. Who do you want the question to be answered by, David?
David, if he can. Just really quickly, what's the status of the project for the prior approval that we granted?
Mayor and Councilor Coran, Chris Favor with the Downtown and Economic Development Department just told me that that facility is not going to go forward, and the property has been leased to another business. And so if a year expires, that variance goes away. And to be succinct, there's no intent to have a dispensary at that site.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that point. Thanks.
Mayor, while David's up here, can I ask one more question?
Okay.
David or Chris, do you know how many liquor licenses are downtown?
Mayor and Councilman Como, I do not know the exact number, but the Planning and Zoning Commission did ask us to put a graphic together showing the locations of liquor establishments in the downtown area. So even though the size of the font is small, the blue lettering are the establishments that sell alcohol, and then the peach area is the 300 feet from New Americas and also Central Elementary.
Thank you. So I see 1, 2, 3, about 5.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, David. I'm sorry, ma'am. Please come forward, state your name, and 4 minutes, up to 4 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and council people.
Can you bring that down a little bit?
Down
there
here?
you go. Yes, ma'am.
Right here?
Thank you.
Okay. My name is Janet Collins. As I had stated when I came before the Planning and Zoning Committee, I don't have children at that school, so it's more about our future, because children are our future. Our future, it's come and gone almost. But the last time I was here, we went before the Planning and Zoning Committee, and this was regarding that variance, and they were turned down at that point. And I saw some other businesses that had applied for a special use permit to allow cannabis establishments, but within the 300-foot buffer. If this business is granted this variance, as it was stated by a Planning and Zoning Committee member, we will be going down a slippery slope. Because you say this is like a one-time thing, it's not going to affect everybody. But then everybody's going to come on board and say, hey, you did it to them, you do it for us. and it'll go on and on. So what are they gonna open up next time? What type of pharmacy, what type of cannabis are they gonna be selling? Is it gonna be next to a daycare, next to a church, next to an elementary school? We need to protect our kids. There's only so much the schools, the teachers can do. There's only so much parents can do. If, you are in a position where you can say yes or no. And you have to, pick your battles. This whole thing is a war. But this battle, it's going to be up to you, whether we win or lose it. I know the 300-foot buffer, I looked it up today again, and all states, they're different. Some are over 1,000 feet, some less than 1,000. New Mexico is down at 1,000. Then it showed cases where it went from 1,000 to 600 to 300, and now they can't abide by 300 feet. They can pretty up the pictures, they can pretty up whatever they're presenting, but the fact is, they made the choice to be next to a school. In July 9th of 2020, there was a case here in New Mexico, and it was State versus Jensen. It was in the Court of Appeals of New Mexico. Cannabis was distributed within a drug-free zone because the greater penalties involving minors rather than adults. There was sufficient evidence to convict for child abuse. Now, if you start handing down, where there doesn't have to be a buffer, there isn't going to be anybody held accountable. I was nervous to come and make speak up and everything, but you know what? And I'm going to bring it up. God's in control. He already knows, are we going to win or are we going to lose? But you know what? The battle belongs to him. So you think you're making choices, you're in control? You're not. He's in control. So whatever happens, he's going to use it for his good. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Collins?
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Roberta Stathis. I'm an educator. It's a PhD, not a medical professional. I serve as the Vice President of the Governing Council of the New America School, and I am here to urge you to deny the appeal. And I'm particularly concerned about the distance to the school. I'm not here to talk about cannabis at all. I want you to understand that the students at New America School are a very vulnerable population. They are very disadvantaged economically. As Ms. Porter pointed out, we're on free breakfast and free lunch for all of our students. I arrived here today at 1 o'clock. It's now after 3, almost 3:30. It's very expensive for people to come and talk with you. It'll be about 3 hours out of my workday. That's money that I'm not earning. And I want you to think about all the parents, all the families of the students at New America School who cannot afford to be here and have their voices heard. So I'd like to bring up another survey, a study that was done by the C.S. Mott Children's Hospital. C.S. Mott is associated with the University of Michigan. It's a very reputable organization. And they released the Mott poll report in February of 2019. And in this national survey, they found that about 75% of parents do not want marijuana dispensaries near schools, including high schools. 50% of the respondents were very concerned about people who were impaired being in the vicinity of a school, not only driving, but just loitering and walking around. And a huge percentage of them supported the idea of a limitation that should be placed on the location of a dispensary with regard to the school. Thank you very much.
Okay. These two young ladies here to my right. Just state your name, please.
Hi, my name is Bennett Castro. Good afternoon, Mayor and Councilwomen. Today I'm going to just follow up a couple points that have been made by Farm True and just follow up some education that people have missed education on. So today I'm going to point out how minors would meet a great challenge trying to access cannabis at a dispensary. I myself, my name is Bennett Castro, I'm 23 years old. I was raised here in Las Cruces, so I'm a resident of this area and I'm very familiar with growing up around the schools here. But as we plan to bring not just our cannabis products around the area, we will bring education and break stigmas about this plant because it's not talked about enough around. So ultimately, all of our education begins at home with our parents, as all education does, whether it be controlled substances or whether it be cannabis or gun control. But as a dispensary manager, we have standard operating procedures that all employees must follow, and these entail that a person under the age of 21 is not allowed to purchase or even be in our sales floor. Unless they are a qualified medical patient by the state. We do have those cases from time to time where there is a child under the age of 18, but they do have to be alongside their caregiver. All of their information, whenever we're verifying an ID, all of this information has to get entered into a state system that is also our payment system. So we track all sales, we track all ages. This system also has pop-ups where you verify the age of the person while you're making the sale. So there's multiple steps, multiple verifications, multiple things in place to ensure that nothing is being sold to someone under the age. We've also identification is taken very seriously. We also don't take any identification that looks like it's worn out. You can't tell the expiration date, the name, the date of birth, anything like that. Everything's taken very seriously. And we only accept government-issued identification. So it can be a military ID, it can be a state ID, anything like that, like a license. And we're all fighting against the same thing. Every person that has come up here, they're all fighting to get cannabis out of children's hands. And to do that, we all have to combat the black market. That is our biggest struggle right now, not the dispensaries. The dispensaries are going through every step to ensure that children don't get cannabis. Our issue is the same thing. We're all fighting against the black market. All of the black market products, like the gentleman that spoke first, they're all unsafe, they're unregulated, and they're untested. So the black market is the biggest issue in all reality, not the dispensaries. Dispensaries have to go through extensive state testing and things like that. And further education is just the biggest point for our children. Todo esto se tiene que decir y se tiene que enseñar porque la planta de cannabis es muy importante y es medicina para la comunidad. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Benna. Yes.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Lorraine Sanchez. I am a local independent family nurse practitioner. I am currently certified with the state of New Mexico for electronic certification for medicinal cannabis based on the New Mexico state approved conditions. I am here to speak in support of Mesilla Valley Pharmacy County zoning appeal to provide a pharmacist-operated medicinal cannabis dispensary in downtown. The focus of this zoning appeal should be for the Las Cruces community patients to have a safe and reputable resource or avenue in this new and ever-changing climate of legal cannabis. Mesilla Valley Pharmacy is poised to provide that very education with added safety regarding medicinal cannabis for both CBD and THC in direct care of chronic conditions for patients in our community. If patients are provided the vital and necessary time to learn and understand cannabis, their condition, and cannabis's role in living with their chronic condition, they're able to make an informed, consented decision to decide their personal risk versus benefit of medicinal cannabis to manage their chronic disease. Mesilla Valley Pharmacies as a cannabis dispensary is the ideal meld of FDA, federal, and state regulations to provide the patient the safest method to consume cannabis. Now, another benefit locally is a local pharmacist-created cannabis product would provide local healthcare providers that have not taken continuing education time to be able to make an informed recommendation for their patients, can refer them to Mesilla Valley to have those recommendations and that very vital needed service filled by literally the experts. For perspective, or to put it in more perspective, a pharmacist-certified product would consist of certified ingredients, tested for purity, expiration, tested for potency, tested for ingredients that could provide optimal absorption, and we don't want our New Mexicans for medicinal use buying their CBD and THC from a gas station. Half of the things that are put into these products and not regulated are extremely bad. And Mesilla Valley Pharmacy is going to be able to provide that full spectrum care that nowhere else in this state, nowhere else probably in this country can provide. That people who deal with drugs, substances controlled or not, this is what they've studied to do. Chemically, they can tell a patient, teach them about their condition and say, hey, you have epilepsy. Well, if you're taking this epileptic medication, it has this other indication or interaction to where you have to take this less amount of CBD so it does not interfere with your seizure medication. Now, that is a benefit that I know because I've taken the time to vest and learn, but many providers, I mean, we are dealing with all kinds of stresses in the world, and to be able to refer a patient who needs it to the education and a reputable source is second to none. And like I said, a pharmacist can fill the gap in the limits of a medical provider to certify and recommend a strain and dosing. They can make educated and continued dosing recommendations for multi-symptom recommendations for patients needing assistance. Right now, you can pick up any medication that your provider prescribes to you, and a pharmacist dispensing has to take the time to counsel you on that medication so that you know what it's for, what side effects to look for, and what other interactions are possible. No other medicinal dispensary, no other pharmacy, no other medical provider will be able to provide that type of service to allow for the safety of cannabis for our patients. And I know this is about safeguards and being next to a school, but they are working hard to lead the way to preserve the community pharmacy and the pharmacist's role in the heart of our downtown where it's most needed.
Okay, thank you. This gentleman to my left, and then to you, Sarah. Okay. Just need you to state your name, please.
Yes, my name is Jay Wisner. And I'm a retired juvenile probation officer. I retired here as chief about 7 years ago. I have some peer-reviewed studies here that talk about what the best and brightest minds in our country say. I am a church pastor, but I'm not here with information regarding that. I'm here with these studies now. My apologies for not getting these to you earlier. I didn't get notice till this morning. Our church building is right next door to the school. I've gotten notice on the other two hearings we've had. And I was able to mail these out to everybody last time. I didn't get notice till today, so that's
You can give them to the clerk, and then she can hand them to.
Yes, and I'm going to briefly just talk about what each of these are talking about. down this morning and put those together kind of quickly. I hope I know you're going to make your decision today, right? And I don't know what relevance these will have regarding that. One's from Health and Human Services about cannabis legalization and the impact on youth. I know it's already legalized, but we're talking about having it with an adjoining wall to a school. It may be 3 walls thick, but it's still 1 wall between them. Also the signage of an influence on youth of the signage for legalized marijuana sales. Now this is, and the difference is that it's recreational. Nobody needs a prescription to go on and buy this like they would any other controlled substance in that store, right? And so the other thing, as an advocate for this school, I have placed youth there who were on probation, who were at risk, many of which who were already drug seeking, that kind of stuff. And so, and I got to tell you, for the youth that we served, it was a challenge to work with them and keep them clean. And I got to tell you, this school does an incredible job as somebody who's placed several kids there, several at-risk youth who were not easy to work with, who were not easy to keep away from drug using. Another one has to do with cannabis use and mental health issues. What cannabis does, what THC does, is it supplants the use of serotonin in your mind, in your brain, as you're using. And so what happens when you're not high? You want more, right? You get kind of down and out. It's a real drag. You want some more, that kind of thing. They know that through these studies. That's through PMC labs. Does marijuana cause use of other drugs? I know there's arguments against that, but you can't find a heroin addict, a cocaine addict, a meth addict that didn't start with this stuff. So it depends on what side of the horse you're looking at, right? And so with that, and I would just ask you, if you had a child, a grandchild, would you want to place that child or grandchild in a school that is right next to a location that sells marijuana recreationally? That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
I appreciate your time.
Yeah, thank you very much for that information.
Thank you.
Ms. Wisner.
Thank you.
Sarah, before you come here, I'm going to ask David to clarify something. So, David, earlier we had a few members of the community who spoke, it sounded like primarily for medicinal use of marijuana. Is this applicant would want to sell both medicinal and general retail sales? Or, because it's my understanding that medicinal does not require a buffer, only when it's done for recreational. Is that correct?
Mayor, prior to the state implementing the recreational requirement, the city did not have any buffer. We treated medical dispensaries the same as a pharmacy. I believe that, okay.
Yeah, that's all I needed to hear. Okay, so, thank you. All right, I'm sorry about that, Sarah.
Thank you. My name is Sarah Smith. Many community members are already concerned about the potential negative impacts for children's health and well-being with marijuana having been legalized here in Las Cruces. Now, it sounds like this pharmacy has great qualifications. They're doing their things right. That's not what's in question here. It is the proximity to the school. That's the main thing that has people concerned. The City Council promised when it legalized marijuana that precautions would be taken to make sure that marijuana was not being sold near schools here in Las Cruces. The city ordinance calls for the 300-foot distance. It would be a breach of trust for the City Council to approve that this pharmacy could be selling marijuana when it is directly next to a school. I believe that we must put the health and well-being of our community's children over the potential economic benefits of this pharmacy being able to sell cannabis. Please vote against this.
Thank you, Sarah. So you remembered you only had 1 minute, so. Okay, who's next? Yes, sir. Just need you to state your name, please.
Hello, my name is Josh McCurdy. I'm the Director of Cultivation at High Horse Cannabis. I would just like to talk, I've heard a lot of miseducation and stuff. My grandmother, actually, I was in the medical program since 2013, and so was my grandmother. It gave her a lot of relief and amazing things. I think alcohol is the gateway drug. I think, like the gentleman said, all the heroin users, cocaine and stuff, I think alcohol would probably be the first thing that they use, not cannabis, right? They're actually even having, there's different studies in the nation to have reefer rehab, actually pulling people out of heroin addiction and stuff using cannabis oil. And for everybody, I grew up in the DARE world and everything like that, and all the miseducation. It's funny that cannabis actually naturally works with our body in an endocannabinoid system. So, everybody that thinks it's the devil's lettuce and it doesn't do anything and it's going to make you just sit there in your car, definitely Google endocannabinoid system and cannabis together, and you'll be amazed how that works and what that does for your body. What it helps with just even the older population. Like I said, my grandmother, she was able to use it for 10 years, and being a grandson, to watch your grandmother have greater quality of life was amazing. So I just wish y'all would not discriminate against this, the pharmacy or cannabis in any type, and let other grandkids have more quality of life with their grandparents. Thank you.
Okay, who's next? If there's more speakers, if you want to kind of come down to the front, that would be great. I'd appreciate it. There's some seats here open.
Good afternoon. My name's Bonnie Moore. I'm going to read off my phone here, if you don't mind. This is such a liberal and vibrant city we live in. Of all the places I chose to relocate some 20 months ago, I chose well. A bedroom community, only 50 miles of where my parents were raised. I have enjoyed immensely introducing my children to the arts, bookstores, restaurants, farmers markets, and cultural activities in the downtown area. Prior to moving, I found Mesilla Valley Pharmacy online, of all places. I hadn't even left Texas yet. And I met Joaquin, called him, familiarized myself, and after moving here, found that he was able to do things for me that nobody else could do, and he's a small mom and pop shop for all intents and purposes. Been with Walgreens 25 years. And it was at a personalized service I received there. I was on opioids for about 15 years, pain management, prescribed opioids. Upon moving here, and you have to understand, there was a big influx of people like me from other states when legalization happened. And it's kind of a beautiful thing for people like me. Like the other gentleman that came up here, I suffered in pain, and the only thing that they were throwing at me was opiates. And it was killing me very slowly. The Bible says in Genesis 1:29 to consume what's put on the earth. Literally, it says that. And it saved my life. It's made me a better parent. And I know I'm taking this way out of context, and I quit reading what I have down. But that's because I'm speaking from the heart. And I get a service there that I'm not going to get anywhere else. Of all places for me to go and get help, it makes a lot more sense for me to go to an actual 2018 UNM graduate from pharmaceutical school than for me to go talk to somebody that maybe did it online, I don't know, 6-hour, 12-hour course, and then went and got a job at a dispensary locally. Makes a lot more sense. I've gone to dispensaries and gotten really sick before. It just makes, there's a holistic approach about this. as somebody who suffers daily on pain, I don't, and I understand there's a precedent that needs to be set here, and I understand it's scary, and I've seen how close the school is, but it's a nominal footage, guys. It's nominal. And I don't know if you are measuring it diagonally. I don't know if you're measuring it from the front of the school around the side. I think all that needs to be looked at, and I think you need to think about, when I go into a dispensary, they ask for my ID, regardless if I am recreational or medicinal. And there's also doors that slam shut after 3 people are in there. You can't get in the door. And the way they've got their pharmacy set up, it's not even in the main part of the pharmacy. So I think I just blew everything out that I had already typed, but I'm speaking from my heart, and I think they know what they're doing, and I think you need to take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. This young man, yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Zachary Flores.
I'm sorry, Zachary, what was last name?
Flores. Yeah, so everyone knows that cannabis is like a gateway drug, and you're going to be using and abusing, crystal meth and Adderall and, I don't know, Xanax or whatever. So, if there's anyone that I trust to distribute cannabis, it's also the same people I trust to distribute Adderall, Xanax, fentanyl, and all those other really hard drugs, right? I come here today as a father and a soldier, a local business owner, and a real estate professional in support of this variance being granted. The key word being variance. You do not have to grant every single variance that is proposed, but given the objective facts of this particular circumstances, that pharmacy already has protections in place to prevent anyone not legally able to purchase prescription medication and drugs. As a father of 2 young daughters, I have no problem bringing my daughters into the store, knowing full well that there will be no one there to give them access to Xanax, Adderall, or even ibuprofen. They're not going to give them freaking ibuprofen, right? So I wouldn't have an issue. That wouldn't change if there was cannabis behind a locked door on the other side of the store. I'm sure you've already heard from very emotionally charged arguments on both sides, right? Being, in projection of this. But I think that it's detrimental to the youth. But the argument here is allowing local business that has already invested heavily in the downtown market, some in accordance to elevating Las Cruces, right? I like that too, because it really does bring more things to downtown, more foot traffic, more incentive to be there. And it's being hindered, and progress has been de-incentivized by the school holding all of this up, right? So I don't think that there's a detriment that this store is going to have on the education of these teenagers and young adults, right? So granting this variance doesn't necessarily set a precedence that cannabis business can set up school right next to any shop, right? Cannabis business is also a pharmacist or a doctor, Granting this variance doesn't necessarily set up precedence that any cannabis business can set up shop right next to a school, unless that cannabis is also a pharmacist or, a doctor or something, right? So someone that has spent years investing in themselves, learning about controlled substances and how to deliver them. I think that we get past all of this emotionally charged arguments that the school is a preschool, kindergarten, or even a middle school, but it's a high school and a remedial one, that those are looking to get a diploma after returning back into the public education system. Even still, if this was a daycare, I don't think that a 2-year-old, 3-year-old is going to walk into this pharmacy and buy cannabis anywhere you go, right? So I don't see the detriment. And then, You know, there's a lot of praise that was given to electronic caregiver about retaining NMSU graduates. Well, we have 3 NMSU and UNM graduates that decided to stay in New Mexico and further our business. Not only that, to the downtown market. They didn't go to Denver, they didn't go to Seattle, they didn't go to California, they stayed here, and they're fighting to do what they did. And they have invested a lot of money. So I please grant it. Thank you.
Let me lower the mic quite a few ways here. All right, my name is Nicole Jordan. Hello, Mayor and City Council. I have worked with both CBD and THC, and in my 3 years of experience, I have come across many patients that use this medication because they cannot handle the side effects anymore. They don't want to continue taking higher dosage of their medication. So why are we going to make someone feel guilty about their form of alternative medication that they choose? And why are we going to restrict the access for these people that are at highly regulated, it's a highly regulated product at a licensed establishment that it has all these state regulations. So if the concern about higher foot traffic in the area for the school that is located on Main Street, the heart of downtown, was that issue was brought up, so it's already a thriving area with many businesses, one of those including a liquor store. So why is it that foot traffic is a concern now when True Farm is brought up? I can't imagine an enclosed campus was ever the goal for a school located on Main Street. The resolution lies within better security on the campus and proper educational programs, as opposed to instilling fear about the plant. Because the cannabis plant is what we're talking about today, not meth, not heroin, as it has been compared to today and many, many other times before when making this argument. It's not a matter of war, rather a matter of properly educating our new generations, and clearly we need to educate our older generations as well. We cannot keep being afraid of the plant, because if mom's afraid, if grandma's afraid, then the child's gonna be afraid. And what are they gonna do? They're either gonna grow up scared, or they're gonna go behind their backs and purchase in the black market. And I think the black market is what we actually need to fight. And by having these established regulations and businesses, we really, really lower the chances of the black market becoming a problem with our younger youth. So we cannot keep this taboo, rather educate. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Who's next?
How you doing? My name is David Hill. I'm a combat veteran, also got law enforcement background. I'm now the cultivation lead for High Horse Cannabis. I just, I moved down here from Colorado to, pursue, this industry closer to home. I have 5 kids that I've been open about my use with them. Coming from Colorado, they kind of openly market, cannabis. There's more dispensaries than there are McDonald's and gas stations. So, I had no choice but to be open with them about my use and what the medicine, is. I haven't had any use. I have teenagers. I have a high schooler, a sophomore in high school, to, a 3rd grader right now, and I haven't had any problems with them, trying to, dip into dad's stash or anything like that, because they're well educated. And with some of the stigmas and the perception that I've seen here today, I feel like, education is really the biggest disconnect from the both sides. So just given my experience with all that, I would like to, vote for. I don't see why adding another medication to a place that always serves, controlled substances, which I feel like are more dangerous, than cannabis. I don't see what, the problem would be there. It's just adding another medication to a place who, already has been operating in such manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. My name is Colt DeMorris, and I am the Director of Retail Operations for High Horse Cannabis. The special use permit process was put into place for entities like this, and I believe this is a good situation and a good example of where and how one qualifies. Morphine, hydrocodone, fentanyl, these are all products sold at pharmacies like this one and all across the city. substances that are far more dangerous than cannabis. Nobody is ever concerned about a new pharmacy popping up and coming up with these types of controlled substances. Where were the school superintendent or the public concerned about when this pharmacy was coming prior to cannabis while it was loading up with controlled prescribed opiates? Cannabis is medicine. Whether you use it for medical reasons or recreational, you benefit from the medical properties the plant has. A pharmacy who dispenses potentially deadly substances like hydrocodone, morphine, and fentanyl is more than well equipped to sell cannabis. Denying them is like telling a liquor store they can't sell water. The vapes the kids are bringing into these schools and cannabis these kids are smoking on the street are most likely products the students are getting from the black market. Hindering licensed stores only makes the black market thrive. No dispensary that cares about their license or their well-being or their livelihood will be selling cannabis to clients under 21 or patients under the age of 18 without the proper caregiver. This pharmacy is licensed and regulated by the DEA, something that, to my knowledge, no other cannabis licensed entity in the state has, or country. My advocacy started after watching my mother take her last breath after fighting cancer for 4 years. My advocacy was really fueled after losing my wife to cancer and repercussions that she suffered from chemo and radiation. Denying this entity the right to sell cannabis is denying patients like my late mother and wife a one-stop shop for their medicine, because we know cancer patients can have rows of medicine. As a recovering addict with a 12 years clean next month, studies show that cannabis is not a gateway drug. That is the alcohol in our cabinets. But yet, it is an exit drug. Those stuck on harder, far worse substances are using cannabis to pull away from these harder substances. It is an exit drug. On a last note, let us not forget about patent number 6630507. It is a patent that the U.S. government holds on cannabis as a neuroprotectant and an antioxidant, a substance that protects the brain and acts as an antioxidant, which is a method of treating disease caused by oxidative stress. Education is key, and education starts at home. How is it that we're able to keep beer, liquor, and wine that are in our cabinets and our fridges away from our kids? It's education. I say let them have their license and let them sell this medicine. Thank you.
Okay, next.
I ended up coming and sitting in front of somebody, and now I'm taking his turn. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councilors. My name is Scott Kraling, and I am the Director of Public Engagement for High Horse Cannabis Company. You've heard from several of my colleagues, and I want to echo everything that they've said and echo what I've heard from the stories of people who've shown the courage to stand up here and talk about their personal experiences with cannabis, because it's not easy. It's not easy because just a short time ago, we were all kind of hiding in the shadows and afraid to talk about it. And people still are very afraid to talk about it. And so I'm glad that this meeting is happening. I'm glad we're having this conversation today. And what I want to contribute to it is I'm a cannabis user. I use cannabis daily. And I found over the course of my life that cannabis treats the depression and anxiety that I struggle with better than the pills that I was given when I was a kid or the alcohol that I shifted to later in my adult years. And now I know what my treatment is, and it took me 4 years to navigate this world and figure it out. And I had to discipline myself and try different things and different products and different strains. And it was a challenge, and I wanted to give up a lot. And I can't help but think that in the future, people aren't going to have to go through that process, because entities like this are going to exist where we can turn to for good, adequate, informed information on what we're talking about here. And so the other thing I wanted to contribute to the conversation is that I have 2 kids. My daughter's 15, my son's 11. About 5 years ago, when I first got my medical card, my wife and I had to talk about how is this going to work in our household and with our kids. And we decided that the best course was an honest conversation. And we sat down, my daughter, who was 11 at the time, and we told her what I was doing. And we told her what it was. We showed it to her. We showed her the products. And the most important message that we wanted to get across to her was that I wasn't doing anything wrong. What I was doing was prescribed by my doctor, and it's okay, and there's no reason to hide from it. I feel like that is the best approach to talking to our young people about cannabis. And so in this instance, we're talking about a barrier that was put in place because of fear of what cannabis is going to be like in this new world as cannabis becomes a legitimate industry. And I think that, you know, the low-hanging fruit is to say, let's just hide it. Let's just put it away from the schools. Let's not let the kids have access, or let's not have kids have access to the information. And that's, I think, the wrong approach. Kids can see through that. Kids know what's going on, especially high school kids. And you know, as I've talked to my daughter about drug use and cannabis, I can tell you that and I think my kid's exceptional, but she's no interest in it. The conversations, talking to her about it, explaining to what's going on, explaining the medical value of what it is that I do, is totally demystified and like not even made it cool to her. She's not interested at all. And so I know that that's my kid, and everyone has different children and different environments and different opportunities to have those conversations with parents. But I think that the approach is an honest conversation with our youth about what we're doing here and not fear. We have nothing to fear here. This is a new, exciting industry. It's changing a lot of people's lives. It's changing mine. You've heard better stories. I won't get into the details of mine. And we have nothing to fear here. This is good. This is good for our community. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen, City Council, Mayor. I know I have, I think, 2 minutes left, right? I'll make it as quick as I can, and I know it's not going to be a popular opinion, but I'm in the medical cannabis industry. I've certified about 5,000 patients since 2000.
Excuse me, did you state your name for the record?
My name is Zeke Rodriguez. Excuse me on that. And I've certified over 5,000 patients since 2016, working with medical doctors, nurse practitioners, and unfortunately, I'm pretty disappointed today to hear that the education isn't up to par to both what we know about cannabis these days. THC, there is something called THC toxicity, where if you have too much in your body, you can become very angry, mood disorders, sleep disorders, other types of psychosis. It does exacerbate schizophrenia as well. And the main thing is that people think that it's a Band-Aid. You know, THC, you smoke THC, you do THC, and you heal everything, when since we've known since the 40s that THC does cause psychosis and short-term memory, which could lead to other cognitive dysfunction. What you got to do is use the entourage effect, where you're utilizing CBD along with THC, which mitigates psychoactive effects and also enhances the anti-inflammatory properties. I haven't heard about anything about that today. So my office was across the street right across the hall from the busiest dispensary in the state of New Mexico. We dealt with fender benders, road rage, crime, break-ins, vagrants regularly. And yeah, I do agree alcohol is way more of a gateway drug than cannabis, absolutely. But considering the type of traffic that I witnessed as a business owner, and the lack of education on utilizing CBD with the entourage effect and mitigating the negative side effects of THC, I just think it's too offensive, and it's just too much exposure because it's a federal mandate. The 300 feet is federally backed. That's a Controlled Substance Act mandate. Now the states can go from 300 feet to 1,000 feet, but this is a federally backed thing. So I would ask the City Council to consider the federal ramifications of going through with this, and that would open the businesses up to federal intervention, the exposure of federal intervention. With the city and the business. So there's a lot more going on here than I think is really being considered. And therefore, please consider what I said. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Hello, Mayor, City Council. My name is Robert Duran. I am a business owner, father, and one of the founders of the Southwest Cannabis Trade Association here in the southern part of the state. I wanted to speak about, I represent a very large amount of businesses and I'm not here speaking for all of them, but they all are members of the Southwest Cannabis Trade Association. One of the things that we do as an association and partnership with the state is educate businesses on how to ensure that they're meeting all of the standards that are set out by the state to ensure that the things we talked about today don't happen, where children aren't able to enter into these businesses and make purchases of controlled substances. I know personally, Dr. Acosta, I have a daughter, as I mentioned, who has epilepsy. I didn't tell you that, but she does have epilepsy. She's had for 10 years now. And for almost 6 years, actually, Dr. Iqbal here locally was her doctor and has absolutely, and not speaking ill of him, but has absolutely no knowledge of cannabis and how it is able to treat epilepsy. There are very few individuals who actually have that level of expertise, and my daughter was on 6 different medications and actually did have a brain surgery that was a failure. She still had her seizures after that situation that went, that invasive procedure that she had. Actually partnering with doctors and pharmacists like Dr. Acosta is actually what led to her being now 2.5 years seizure-free. So as an advocate, obviously with the Southwest Cannabis Trade Association, I also speak as a father and a business owner in the city of Las Cruces. So there are, I understand, different things that we need to take into consideration here and different things that we need to look at as it pertains to children. But I think in these situations where we look at exceptions, and that's exactly what this is, I think this is one of the best examples to be given for an exception can be made. We have educated individuals, actually 3 educated individuals that were educated in our state. I hope that our education system, we all feel supportive of it because those individuals are now going to be in our community. We feel strongly about what they do and what they represent. So I think that we should all take that into consideration as we look at how we move this forward. I just want to say thank you all for your time and your consideration in this matter. I know that many more instances are going to be coming, or many more circumstances are going to be coming ahead of you, and we need to make the right decision. I am not in support of every cannabis business opening everywhere. But I think in certain circumstances, it does need to be taken with some of the regulations that have been put in place that these types of variances are given. Thank you for your time, and I hope you all have a great day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think that pretty much does it, right? Oh, yes, yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Erica Valdez. Can you hear me okay?
Erica
Valdez.
Valdez.
Hi. I keep hearing the terms like slippery slopes, where's the line? Personally, I think the line is where we want progress to cease. I'm chronically ill, I'm disabled, and I've benefited from CBD along with pharmaceuticals, but because of the CBD, I've been able to wean off of a lot of my narcotics. From where I was with my illness to where I am now, night and day, literally night and day. I used to live in a dark room from severe chronic migraine. I couldn't even look at screens without excruciating pain. So from CBD alone, I've seen the difference. And I will be one of the patrons, as the gentleman spoke earlier, when Dr. Acosta started selling THC. When it comes to chronic illness and chronic pain, you're willing to try anything and everything to find what works, because a lot of the time, I don't want to speak ill, but sometimes doctors fail. They're human, and it's a human error. And there's a lot of things that we don't know about, certain diseases still, things are still being studied. But we have seen, as the gentleman before me has spoken with his daughter, what CBD alone has done. And I know we're talking about the variance here, and how close it is to the school. But when we use terms like protect our children, to me, it kind of alienates the children who are like me, who are born with disabilities and chronic illness, and who are forced to seek treatments that other kids may not know about. They may not see, because again, it is tucked away in hospitals, in rooms of their own, where they're not allowed to play with other kids, maybe for safety, maybe they're not able to. So when we speak about education, it's not just education alone, it's why we need education. Because when those children become adults, they may be like me, who want to seek alternative and holistic care. Because yes, while my pharmaceutical meds help me, there are a lot of side effects that come with that. So when we speak about education, I think kids are a part of that conversation too. Because if those kids are lucky enough to grow up, maybe they don't have to go through all the things that I went through. And I'm sure like all the other people who have spoken before me, who also have their own illnesses and disabilities, they don't have to struggle coming forward after us. And I just think knowledge is power. Education is so important. And who better to educate the community than someone who knows the chemicals and the chemistry of cannabis than a pharmacy, and especially Dr. Acosta and the team. So thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Erica? I said no, thank you, Erica.
Thank you.
My name is Al Banegas. Wow, that's loud too. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Mesilla Valley Pharmacy. Mesilla Valley Pharmacy. Listen to that name. It's a local business. They're trying to build up this local community. That's what your job is. They're not Walgreens. They're not CVS. They're local entrepreneurs. Our local boys are trying to build a business here. I am their customer. Yes, I use THC also for my chronic pain. And it would be very convenient for me just to walk in and get my prescriptions and say, hey, I need some CBD and I need some THC today too for my pain. This is what you're up against. People like me, all these other people that have, medical conditions that we rely on this THC now. I was introduced to THC in 1969 in high school. I'm 72 years old. I lived here all my life. I've seen drugs all my life. I didn't turn into a druggie. I served this city right here for 25 plus years too, by the way. And I'm proud of it, and I thank the city for that. So don't go against our local people that are trying to build up the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ruben Aguilar. I'm the
Ruben, what's the last name?
Aguilar.
Aguilar.
I'm the CEO for High Horse Cannabis Company. I am also the Director of Operations for Buen Salud, an outpatient mental health facility. Over the course of the last year, we've done over 7,000 patient applications for the medical cannabis evaluation, and since 2016, we've done over 25,000 applications across the state of New Mexico. At one point, we were responsible for children under the age of 18 getting medical cards in the state of New Mexico. We worked with the state after they had concerns about the number of applications that we had, and we worked with doctors getting recommendations for the program in it. So one of the big things that I want to talk about are the two pieces of the variance that we're looking at. The health and safety, that's a big thing. A lot of people say, protect the children, but they're not telling you what we're trying to protect them against. One of the biggest things that we need is education. If you go to the Department of Health Medical Cannabis website, it actually encourages parents and patients to talk to their kids about cannabis, and that's where we need to start. The other piece is the economic development. I mean, we're trying to rebuild downtown. What better way than having a pharmacy that's going to be the leader in the entire country as far as the consultations that they could offer. I mean, right now, education is the worst thing with the cannabis program and how they did the cannabis program. One of the bad things is that they loop the medical in with the recreational. If it was a medical dispensary that we were talking about, we wouldn't be having this conversation. And one of the big things and one of the sad things is a lot of people talk about, how people are going to use. Running a retail operation outside of Chaparral, New Mexico, we've now served over 1,500 customers. And one of the things we haven't experienced yet was someone smoking in the parking lot. I mean, I think that's someone's biggest concern is, someone's going to smoke in the parking lot. Someone's going to eat, an edible of what they're doing. I haven't seen, anywhere in the news where people are getting their Oxycontin and taking it in the parking lot and then having a wreck right after. So we have to be real with ourselves and be real with what we're doing. These variances are put in place so that we can make educated decisions on what's good and what's bad, not just passing any variance or not setting any precedents. If there was one variance that we should pass for this, it should be the pharmacy, because like I said, they're going to offer something that no one else in the country is doing right now. One of the other big things too, and I don't, they didn't mention it, but I see it, if we do deny them this opportunity, then we will have less access to products. across the state in our dispensaries. One of my things as a medical patient, I like one-to-one medications. So that's 1 part THC, 1 part CBD. If you go into a dispensary right now, you'll see 0 products that have that when it comes to flower, when it comes to tinctures, and you know, the only place you do see that in edible. And so what we need to do is we need to start bringing out this education, encouraging our local people, and stepping forward to do that. One of the big things that we've done here in the downtown is partnered with Amador Live and sponsoring events that they're hosting for the next 3 months. And that was a big thing is, you know, what can we do to give back to our community? What can we do to educate? And so that's, you know, what I leave you guys with is I hope you guys make the right decision and allowing the pharmacy to show everyone not to be scared and not to be afraid. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. I think, is that it? All right, so did you have some closing remarks that you wanted to make?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
And just state your name one more time, and you do realize you're still under oath. Yep.
Trey Howard. So I'd like to thank everybody for coming out and showing their support. It's a beautiful thing. Just to address a few of the comments that were made by the public. So one thing I saw, you know, I noticed that the young lady from New America School had a presentation she went through. That was nice. I do still see ranges of ages. I do not see a % of adults that attend your school. As far as the harassment thing you're referring to and our misinformation, I'm not sure what that is, but I digress. It is unfortunate that I have more faith in your students than you do. That is what I will say about that. To the doctor that sits on the board of the school, you may have surveys from somewhere I've never heard of, a survey, but we have 154 surveys from local Las Cruces community members in support of this mission that we have. And we've also got very many that were sent into each individual counselor's file that was presented by the city today. Counselor submissions and outreach and letters from patients, participants, and the community in support of this project. I do just want to close. I've said it once before, and I will say it one more time to the members of the council. We are pharmacists. We are drug professionals. We are the ones that take care of your mothers. We're the ones that take care of your children and yourselves. We are not here to put anyone in danger. We do not want to see cannabis in the wrong hands as much as anyone else out here. And we will do everything in our power to create a safe, friendly, healing environment downtown at Mesilla Valley Pharmacy, even in regards to cannabis. So I thank you guys so much for the time and the opportunity again.
We have a question from Councilor Bencomo.
Of course.
No, Mayor, I just had some comments I wanted to make, if that's okay.
Thank you, Trey, for your presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you. I also just wanted to make a couple comments given a couple of the things that were mentioned here today. As a social worker, I want to tell you that the gateway to any substance use or abuse is actually trauma. Trauma that goes untreated, trauma and pain that goes unseen. And in fact, when you step back even further, often when that pain, trauma, whatever it is treated, often what has worked best for people is cannabis. What has been able to give people a thriving life after, whether it's physical pain or emotional pain, has been cannabis. So I just wanted to point that out, that it's actually trauma. That's the gateway to any abuse. I think if we continue, and somebody said it brilliantly, and I just want to echo it, that if we continue to make it harder for the legal industry to be successful, the black market will continue to thrive. And that is actually what we are all up against. Also, what I've noticed here today is, I knew this was true, but today just clicked so well, how much we have normalized alcohol in our society and in our community, given that many of the people that came here and spoke today for concern for children, for concern for our community, there are 5 liquor licenses in this area with patios, open patios that have open access to the sale and consumption of liquor, which is actually incredibly dangerous to not just children, but adults, particularly when we are driving behind the wheel, which happens all of the time in New Mexico. As we move forward, I would love to continue hearing from LCPD about any of the data points that we are getting in terms of DUIs solely off of cannabis and some of the education that the city will be doing with the community. But I just wanted to name those couple of those things that I noticed from this conversation because, and I also just to the school directly, my vote here today does not signify that I don't deeply care about the services you provide to our community. I absolutely do. I think New America, Las Montañas charter schools are actually some of the most powerful schools here in our community because they are serving a population of kids that have experienced stigma, that have experienced being marginalized. And they're some of the places that I love going to the most because I relate to those kids so much. And so I don't want you to think that I don't care about your school. I absolutely do. I just also deeply care about the conversation we've had here today. And if there was any variance to be granted, I am not scared of any precedent because this is a pharmacy. This is a pharmacy, right? And we see them all of the time, and I want to support particularly local businesses helping our downtown thrive, right? We have a lot of places downtown where we have a TID that are nonprofits, that are churches, that are schools, right? And those are important and good, and not always in support of the mission of a TID, for example. And so I want to make sure that we are in support of all of those. And I really do hope and encourage both of you to sit down together after this and really try to work through some of the issues that have come up, and hopefully that you can have a better collaboration moving forward. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, Christine. So a yes vote means that you support reversing the denial. A no vote means you would rather keep the denial as is. Okay? All right.
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 23-028. Councilor Beta is absent. She recused herself. Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Cran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, thank you. If you all could kind of keep it down. We still have a few more things we have to take care of. So next, we're going to go to board appointments. Let's see, Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, Araceli Tejas, District 3 appointment. Okay. The next is the Parks and Rec Advisory Board, Fred Rash. It's a new appointment. I'm going to need a motion and a second.
So moved, Graham. Second, Gondeta.
Okay. Motion made by Councilor Graham, second by Mayor Pro Tem Gondeta. Christine?
This is on the motion to appoint Fred Rash to the Parks and Rec Board. Councilor Beta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Cran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, next is notice of proposed ordinances. There appears to be none. So next we have is City Council member board reports and comment. I really don't have anything other than the Aggies started their new season, and I thought they did pretty good, although of course they were playing a pretty tough team the other day. And I didn't realize how many national titles Minnesota has won. They look like they've won at least 10 or 15 of them, which is some pretty of course it goes way back then. Again, that's it. That's all I have, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I I meet once a month with Chris Favor around the downtown and all the various things that are going on, and there's a ton of them. So I thought I would take the opportunity to speak to those just to give you a heads up. The ACD finally received the $900,000 capital outlay from New Mexico Main Street. It's enough money to complete the entire lighting project that we had initiated initially. We're really excited about that, and the gateway markers coming in and out of the Arts and Cultural District. There will need to still be a lot of work with Public Works, understanding the right-of-way and approval of the right-of-way for those lights. And as you know, in that area, there's a lot of narrow streets, and so that's going to make it difficult. And at one point, have asked before private owners, and they've not given us the approval for that. So I asked Chris to work with David to really do a substantial education about what it means to have these lights in this area, not only for beautification purposes, but safety. You know, they've experienced some crime in the area. They're concerned about that, and so I think that will be really exciting to see that kind of come to fruition. They talked about, Chris talked about the plaza shade structure, and there will be a proposal coming in to put mature trees in the downtown. That will come probably in October. I'm looking at Chris and his nodding. Yes, see, I do write and pay attention in October, so look to that. I will not speak to that other thing around the possibility of housing downtown. That's sort of in the making, and we're just waiting for some appraisals and stuff. And once that comes, I think we can move on. So we'll be looking at more housing in the area. Parking lot 7 is being worked on. The restrooms, if you remember, right behind Rio Grande. It's been sort of at a standstill. There's some things going on there, I think, like unknown piping and things that have we don't have an idea of where they're at, so staff is really having to look at that. And as you know, in the original town site, much of the infrastructure hasn't been changed since, well, forever, ever. So they're working on that, and a time frame. I do want to say that I had a conversation with EFO. I was approached by Scott Scallon, who is a lobbyist, I guess, for Indigov, a company that provides an actual general command center, a platform for communication with constituents. Cynthia was also a part of the conversation. I am very interested in it. As all of us know, when we began, we were sort of beginning from scratch unless you were lucky enough to be given a constituent list with emails and phone numbers and addresses. And so I thought this would be a really good way of maintaining our lists in a systemized, organized fashion. But not only that, it helps to communicate, outreach, casework. You'll be able to do mass email responses, newsletters. You'll be able to, and track it. I don't know about you, I'm flagging everything and making sure that we're getting follow-up and whatnot. That becomes pretty overwhelming for me. And so I'm very interested, and so I promised EFO that I would talk to you publicly about it, and hopefully, Mayor, to get your nod and council's nod to move forward. I have some preliminary information that they shared with me that I'm happy to send to Christine. And so I'm really excited about that. Now, did I say that it's been a while, but we had a ribbon cutting for our mural out in the Tree Streets area, and it was phenomenal and so beautiful. If you haven't seen it, please go by the corner of Mulberry and Solano. We also had last Thursday a follow-up meeting with the Tree Streets area. Thank you to Cynthia and staff that she had there. We had a lot of follow-up related to codes, areas of crime. We have at least 3 people very interested in starting neighborhood watch programs, something that hadn't happened since I started, even though we've tried. And so really excited about Lift Up Las Cruces. There's still a lot of excitement around that. Thank you, IFO, for agreeing to clean up the area. I don't know, I saw a big trash bin. Was that from you guys? From the city out on Juniper? Yeah, so really just nod yes, IFO, yes, and take the credit. No, but yeah, so we're having some problems with illegal dumping on that Juniper alley. Let's see, North Juniper with tires. There's several shopping carts, lots of weeds, obviously lots of weeds everywhere because of the rain. But again, IFO, people are talking about when's the next block party? So Cynthia and I spoke of maybe in October doing a fall sort of in conjunction with Washington Elementary. Booker T. Washington Elementary has their kind of Halloween festival and costume event, a contest, and I always get invited. So if that's something that could happen, I'd really love to. And I'll just say that I've been talking to IFO about sort of where is our next Lift Up neighborhood, and getting ready to look at that, providing survey, maybe a mural in a location. I can't tell you how much that mural has brought the community together. And so I think that's really all I had. My daughter got married. We had a great Sunday wedding ceremony in Santa Fe. It was beautiful, and so I'm still on a natural high from that. And so I'll turn it back to you, Mayor.
So, Mayor,
Yes.
that's great news on everything. Just to clarify, what was it when you said you want to move it forward? What you're talking about sounds great, but move what forward? Like a work session on it, or was it within IFO's authority to purchase on his own?
I think it's within his authority. They quoted about $25,000, but I didn't want to move without at least giving you some information and letting you know that this is a possibility for constituent services. I know that there will be a second, more detailed meeting with the individuals and Cynthia to sort of help guide us. But if you would like a work session, I don't think that would be a problem either.
Anytime you have an instrument, and I think we had something similar to this years ago. I don't know what happened to it, but anytime we can have the opportunity to convey messages and out to the public instantly, I think is a great thing. So I'm okay with it. I just wasn't too sure what direction you're saying. If it's within his authority, I think maybe it was just more of a courtesy
to all our council members. But I know Cynthia had some wonderful, very thoughtful comments and questions that I think we all just wanted to make sure that council was for it.
Okay, good. And we used to have something also called Nixle, I think. I don't know what happened to that, but we've had different ones. Maybe they were very costly, but this one, if you're saying it's within its authority, I'm okay with that.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilor Flores.
I'm here to say I'm very glad to be alive. I had COVID, and it was horrible, and I really worried about not making it. I'm asthmatic. I have autoimmune disease, and I'm in that age group where you start thinking about where you're going to be buried. I just want to say that I'm really, really happy to be here. It was really a horrible experience, and I think I'm going to wear a mask for the rest of my life. I mean, it's just that horrible. So have a great life. Thank you.
Please get in touch with us before your funeral so that we can come bring you soup and stuff, please. I'm glad that you're here. Really quickly, I want to give a couple shout outs to city staff. Last week, I attended the 10th anniversary of the Griggs Walnut Superfund site, and also got to see the site renamed for Pascual Rodriguez, so that was a really exciting, and he was there, and it was really fun to see everyone who works really hard to keep our water clean and interface with the EPA and the county and all of those folks. So thank you, Delilah, and folks from utilities. That was a really great experience, and I was thrilled to be there. I didn't see any of my students come, even though I encouraged them to, but I think they might have had a little bit of a hard time finding it, actually. So I haven't heard that they were lost and wandering, but I also want to note what happened. We had a TSI PRC meeting this morning where we heard some updates on federal funding, some new opportunities that are going to be coming through, and we heard from Senator Heinrich's office in particular about some of the things that they can help support us with, especially when we apply for federal grants and maybe don't quite match with what they're looking for, ways that we might in the future change that up and think about that differently. So I really appreciate Sylvia Uyola from Uyola, right? From Senator Heinrich's office joining us at the TSI PRC meeting this morning, and also hearing about some of the things that we are working on in terms of federal grants and those that we have received already. We also talked about operationalizing equity and the ways that we think about things, and that relates to the federal conversation about Justice 40 as one of their qualifications for things that might be opportunities for funding, and Las Cruces qualifies in a number of ways for a lot of additional funding from that. And then lastly, I do think that there will be a very brief update at that, in addition to some other things, at our next TSI PRC about the upcoming community solar grant, and I'm not exactly sure what that will look like, but I do think that we're in the process of putting out a thing, and you'll probably hear about this at a work session in a future date, but just as a heads up, community solar is on the agenda for the TSI PRC for October 4th at 8:30 in the second floor conference rooms. The last item I have, a few items from the Animal Services Center or related to animal ordinances, so I'm going to put this I'm going to put a bug in y'all's ear, but the Animal Services Center probably will not, the opening might be pushed to January because of apparently cat cages that are very hard to come by at the moment, and sort of like the locks on the doors, it seems like there's a national rush on cat cages. I can't imagine the marketing for that, but January is probably the ASCMV full opening of that project. And then I want to put it all in y'all's ear. I do think that we have an opportunity to look at some of our animal ordinances, and I met with some folks in addition to hearing what's happening at the ASCMV and other conversations that we've had related to TNR and all of those things, and related to some community conversations that have been happening, I think we have an opportunity to look at some of our animal ordinances. And so I'm really grateful to the community folks who have been working on that, finding best practices, talking to other cities that are like ours, and identifying some places where we could strengthen our animal ordinances. So that's a long conversation, and it's a lot of things, but I would like to put it on y'all's radar as something that I think comprehensively we could revisit and make a difference in our community. So just putting it out there in the initial conversation, and we'll start that with the ACOs and the ASCMV and keep going from there. So that's all I have for today. Thank you.
Councilor McCollum.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few items on my list today. First and foremost, I just really want to thank staff for the ARPA situation process for a year. This round of staff, the last round of staff, I'm just really deeply grateful to you all for getting it across the finish line. Close, almost. We're almost there. So I just really wanted to express gratitude to all of you. I want to introduce you all to Sydney Cruz. Wave, Sydney. Sydney's getting her master's in social work here at MSU, and she'll be interning with me for the whole year. So get to bring her to the dark side of macro social work, and I think I already did, right, Sydney? You're sold. You're good, yeah. So I'm really excited to have her. So if you see her roam in the hallways, and she's with me. And she's also helping me and Cynthia with a huge undertaking on West Picacho. I've talked about this for a long time, but it's definitely one of my top priorities as the counselor for District 4, and is an area that is definitely really blighted. And I've been talking to EFO about, and all of you, about the opportunity for an MRA. Ms. Pugh, who came to public comment today, we've had about 3 meetings with small business owners down West Picacho. They're working with Officer Glimpf on establishing a small business watch. And on September 13th, we have invited motel owners and managers to come to a meeting with us, and several staff to really talk about codes and safety concerns and how to better maintain their establishments, and what do they need from the city as well to feel supported as they house. They've become long-term housing for a lot of people who are low income, and so I'm really excited about all of that, which will lead to lots of things, I hope, but one of the biggest things is on October 28th, we will have a cleanup, and on October 29th, we're going to have a health and wellness fair somewhere down on West Picacho, maybe the Peddler's Pavilion, maybe one of the motels, where we've just invited several organizations. Hopefully Burrell College will also be there. Mayor Pro Tem, I'm so glad you've done work with them, because that's what made me think of inviting them to provide health and wellness services to people who might not know about them. So I'm really, really excited. I'll keep you all posted, and you can invite folks as well. I met with MacArthur, the community schools folks there last week, and speaking of mental health, they say the biggest need right now, the biggest thing they're seeing at MacArthur, in fact, I met with Alameda, and they said the same thing, was mental health needs for the children, and the lack of services that we sadly have. And so I think as we think about the legislative session, I think this needs to be one of our top priorities. I don't know how we talk about it if there's not a legislation attached to it, but the reality is that we have inadequate mental health services for people deeply, deeply struggling, whether it's children and families or unhoused people who, have nowhere else to go and are living out their trauma in parking lots and in people's small businesses. And jail is just not going to be the answer for a lot of those folks. In fact, jail will make things worse for so many people. And so I'm just sort of word vomiting this, because I don't know where else to take it. I feel frustrated. I feel like I don't know the pathway forward. I just know that we need to be having this conversation. It just seems to be the biggest block and the biggest barrier currently in our community. The last thing I wanted to mention, which sort of ties into all of this, because we've been having so many sort of conversations about, not even conversations, so many comments have been made about bail reform recently, and there was some, I was pointed to some data and some articles that I highly encourage you all to look to, and I wanted to read a piece of it, because ultimately my ask is that I would love to bring in some experts in this for a work session that can really talk to us about some of these conversations, the impact on local communities, what we can better do to reduce crime, but still not increase our detention population. Anyway, this article is entitled "Pretrial Detention Plans Cast a Wide Net." And one of the pieces in here, it says, the researchers found that recent legislative proposals to change bail reform would jail at least 20 additional defendants to prevent one person from being arrested for a violent felony or pretrial. So 20 not guilty defendants would be jailed for one person being detained. When someone is detained in jail pre-trial, there are a lot of consequences to them, to their families. They can lose their jobs, housing, custody of their kids, and so on. We don't often hear those costs as much as we hear about the terrible cases where someone is released and does something awful. I just think it's worth having a public conversation because these issues do keep coming up, and I would love to work with legal, with EFO, Mayor, and finding a couple folks that could come talk to us here, and that's so the public can also ask questions and we can come up with solutions that are meaningful and that ultimately won't put more people in jail that don't need to be in jail and in fact need other types of services. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Yeah, I have no problem in having a work session if you want to bring people here to discuss bail reform. Yeah. Councilor Graham.
Thank you. Well, it's so empty in here now. I feel like we had like a giant Thanksgiving, and now it's just like the immediate family again. I'm like, wow. So big thanks to Lynn Middle School, who had me out a few weeks ago to speak to students, especially to community schools coordinator Johnny Rivera. It turns out that the fashion and pop culture touch points of my girlhood are kind of circling around again. So like, granted that makes me like on a 30-year behind lag, but still felt good. And I had a great time out there, and being around the energy of the kids was great. Big thanks to city staff who were in attendance at District 3 Cleanup Day at Valley View Park and at Young Park. I had the very cathartic experience of just taking a trash bag and going and picking up trash. That, man, I need more tangible accomplishments like that in my life, it turns out. Councilor Abeta and I spoke at White Sands Missile Range last week for Women's Equality Day, and we got to do a kind of like quasi-VIP tour with some really rad videos, declassified, I assure you, but with explosions and stuff. It was really cool. Special thanks to Sergeant First Class Norville for reaching out and leading us through a really great day. And then 2 Fridays ago, I think was when, yeah. The 988 Lifeline launch event kind of started off my day. Mayor Pro Tem was there, Councilor Bencomo, Sydney. It was really inspiring to see just the force and the passion behind getting this off the ground. And I don't know why I never made the connection of having that simple 3-digit number that you can call for mental and emotional issues as well as a physical emergency. And then Councilor Coran and I finished off that day attending and making just brief remarks at a community education event on hospice. So it was a really interesting way to look at how the continuum of care is evolving in the state and in our community. And it was just it was a very contemplative day for me. And finally, I know, because she wouldn't have told, so I'm gonna tell on her. I'll be turning it over via mayor, of course, to President-elect of the New Mexico Municipal League, Councilor Tessa Abeta.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, this last week I was at our 65th annual Municipal League, and so was our wonderful city clerk, Christine Rivera. So we attended different workshops. I know she attended one on IPRA requests and management, which I know is very well needed. I attended one on city and county government relations and how to build up good policies together, which I think is very interesting and something that I would love to see us work on with our own county and other smaller municipalities. Previously, a couple of Fridays ago, I was able to attend the ribbon cutting for Duncan on Valley. Really wonderful. There was a line out the door, people waiting for free coffee, and they are up and running. Councilor Coran already gave a wonderful speech for Wismer when we were able to go there. Graham. Sorry, I'm looking at Coran. So we were able to do that. And then Councilor Graham and Coran and I attended the ICS training at the Office of Emergency Management, just looking at our roles as counselors during emergencies and the roles of city management. So we were able to kind of pick up on one area that I think we are going to look at in our PSC, but that's just who is officially designated as in charge for the city. There's one tiny little, I think, wording that has to be done, so Evo will get with you on that. And then there's going to be a District 2 cleanup September 17th. And I think that's all I have for now. So thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. City Manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of items. This is from Connie. This is in regards to American Shakeout, Great American Shakeout. I know we've been talking about it for some time. October 20th is the drill is scheduled for October 20th. And also, the emergency mass notification system was released last week. And just as a reminder, this notification system is to allow administration to send out immediate alerts to employees' cell phones and personal emails regarding emergencies, weather hazards, active shooter drills, etc. We've approximately 300 staff already signed up within the last week. And then on the 20th for the Great American Shakeout, also CLC facilities will be initiating evacuation drills. This should last about 10 to 15 minutes around, again, on the 20th of October at 10:20 a.m. Debriefing will be led by Chief Smith following drill with participating departments. Also, we appreciate the council participating in ICS 422. Department heads and deputy directors will be tasked with taking ICS 100 before October 20th. And then just as a heads up with our legislative meetings, we're starting to schedule those with our legislators in preparation for the October 20th work session. So we got about a month before we come back with the work session. Our federal lobbyists will be here at that time, and we'll have a presentation from our federal lobbyists, and then following, we'll talk about our capital outlay process and presentation. So that's scheduled for the 10th of October. And then just finally, just with Lift Up, again, we don't want to lose any momentum. I appreciate Mayor Pro Tem bringing that up. We're going to, our next step is having a meeting with staff to look at all the projects that we have waiting to roll out. The survey should be, we should get the results, final results from a survey here pretty soon. And again, the step of waiting for the survey to come back to help us dictate our strategy, again, we'll be able to move forward once that's up and running. And then at this time, we do want to use the same criteria, overlaying that an area with the highest concentration of poverty, also with crime, and start identifying the other sites now. And so that as we move forward, we're not dropping off from one area and then moving to the next. We're expanding, and we'll continue to expand until we cover all the city, that all the needs of the city. So we will be coming. You'll see some ramp up. Even more than we have had with projects, and again, identifying some sites in the future. And I think that's all, Mayor. There was something that somebody asked me. It's embarrassing, I can't even read my own handwriting on the notes, but if there's something that I missed from one of the councilors, I think that's all, unless you have something.
Well, the indica?
I have that there. So Indigo, thank you for reading that, Mayor Pro Tem. Barbara sent me a text and reminded me of the process. I think a good next step would be to run it through our technology committee so that we can know how it integrates security, and that's the typical process for any software that we have, just so that it coordinates and it's compliant with our, like I said, our security and our integration process. So once we do that, I guess in the meantime, we can have a presentation scheduled for other members of the council with this group, and Cynthia can, is well aware, she can coordinate that as we move forward. I think that's all. Mayor, this is one. So Just a heads up, there's nothing to report on our asylum seekers at this point, but just so you know, I've been asked by different counselors, if we're aware of it, things that are going on. Just so you know, Eric is aware, and he's been in contact with the groups, and so we'll let you know. There were some close calls this past couple weeks, where we thought we had to be ready for some things, but I guess I don't know if there's anything else to say about that, Eric. But just so you know, we do have our eyes on it. We do have a connection there, and hopefully we don't miss anything and bring any surprises. We'll be well aware as we need to. So, Eric, you have any?
Yes, thank you, Ifo, and Mayor and Council. Yeah, I provided an email from Kari with the BSC of some of the updates and things that are going. One of the things they were concerned was Department of Homeland Security was going to be issuing some street releases. That did not take place due to the efforts of El Paso, the city of El Paso, and Ruben Garcia working together and setting up emergency shelters this past weekend. So we'll keep you informed as we get the updates. Thank you.
Thank you, man.
Thank you, Ifo and Eric. And I don't know if you're aware of, Eric, but if you recall, we were on a phone call with the chief of the Border Patrol and El Paso. There's a lot of people in Dallas and a few other bigger cities that would want to have the immigrants over there. And so it was determined it was in the best interest because, as you can, if you're not aware of, El Paso has lost a major hub because they're having a hard time finding volunteers. If you recall, we have a hard time, and we had to actually hire people. And so it made more sense to have buses ready. After they release them, they get on a bus there in El Paso, and they just take them right to Dallas, instead of having to come here or go to El Paso, stay for 24 hours, and turn around and put them on a bus or a plane, and then they take off. If they're willing to go right from when immigration allows them into the U.S. onto a bus, it seemed like it was cheaper and it was more efficient, and then you didn't have to worry about getting reimbursed however long it takes and find volunteers, people to help. And so that's why you might be seeing that in El Paso, and I had mentioned to them, I'm good with that too, because it's like I said, it's difficult trying to find those volunteers and places to. Right now, I don't think that Armory. I don't know if we ever moved on that as far as trying to purchase it, but it's just very difficult to try to find different avenues for them to be. And we're still having to pay our fair share, but it's just a turnaround time. They get released into the U.S. and they're on a bus and they're in Dallas. They have sponsors there, and sometimes if they want to go, now I think what Governor Abbott is doing, he's taking it further. He's just sending them all the way to Washington. Now that's something that maybe there were certain cities in Texas that's having them go even further. But if, just as a reminder for Councilor Coran and Graham, in the past, a lot of times when we would send them, we would keep them here for 36 hours, and they ended up going to major cities anyways, because that's where their sponsors are. They wanted to go back east, and some to California, Los Angeles and such. Yes, Councilor?
I have a question for for Ifo. Ifo, you said that they're asylum seekers. They actually are getting their appointments and they have families to go to already? Are they really asylum seekers? I mean, are they certifiably asylum seekers the way it was 3 years ago?
Yes.
They are?
Yes,
They're
I guess.
coming with the documents and everything?
Yes, Mayor and Councilor Flores. Yeah, that's what's taking place right now that we're receiving here on Broward Road. The Border Servant Corp is the one that's handling all those, and they have made a trip down to South Texas to see how that process is working. So they're actually making the travel arrangements before they even receive them, so that it's a minimal stay. We're trying to do less than 24-hour stay for these individuals, and that's how they're they're expediting them a lot faster. Mayor, we were on that call where we talked about Dallas. They are sending the buses to Albuquerque right now. The big dilemma is the airlines. We were talked about charter flights as well, but there's few pilots, and that's what kind of delayed that process. So there are some migrants that are coming from Mexico, and those were those emergency shelters, but the asylum are coming here to Cruces, and then the travel arrangements are being made to their destination.
And what countries are they coming from, do you know?
What they're seeing most of right now is Venezuela.
Venezolanos?
And last thing, and I've been trying to figure out how to word this nice. Of course, we don't want to see you go, but when is your last day, Delilah? September 23rd, okay, so we still have another meeting to, okay, good. All right, I mean, not that that's a bad thing. I mean, I just wanted to be able to tell you goodbye. Okay, well, if there's nothing further, entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second, Graham.
Who made the motion? Bencomo? And who made the second? Okay, motion made by Councilor Bencomo, second by Councilor Graham, that we adjourn. Let me just tell you something. I know you don't think I listen to you, Councilor Bencomo, but I do. And you changed my mind at the last minute when you said the president is because of the pharmacy. That's the only reason I changed. So that's it. So no more president, no more, it can't be, so I'm going to be voting no unless it's a pharmacy. Okay, there you go. So, Christine?
This is on the motion to adjourn the regular meeting. Councilor Beta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Coran?
Yes, I don't know how to follow Bencomo now.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
And Mayor?
Yes. Okay, it's 4:58 p.m. We're adjourned. Thank you.